Who's first time JDC West judge?
First time judge.
First time judge.
Never did anything.
What was your experience with JDC West then?
I've known the U of R's first award in 2007, and then built the juggernaut that they are today.
Yeah, anyone know?
No slots.
Morning.
Yeah, you do have to, actually.
Right on. Yeah, that's how it's going. Cool. Well, should we?
Yeah, Ashley reached out. She was actually,
Yeah.
yeah, so she was on LinkedIn, and she said, we're looking for judges, and I'm like, hey.
Yeah.
So, I haven't done anything like that.
Super simple. Hold up the time you're on.
So I was on,
Please just use the front and then I'm not sure. I can check.
Some of it would be just, I don't mind.
Yeah.
okay, whatever works.
Yeah.
The live streams will be muted. Okay, cool. You guys have any questions of today? I would jump in and just let me know. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice to meet you. Hi.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're the first four.
We're doing good. Yeah, we got some people in there. Getting it started. So, yeah. I'll text you in a bit. Yeah, okay, perfect.
Yeah, judging is probably, no, I don't know. Today, is good. Yeah. Yeah, cool. That's green card.
That's it. Yep, you just tally them off, and then once this presentation is done, you just pick up a new sheet, new one, fresh presentation. Yep, that's it. So you can just. Based on your business, but to let them in, you have to let them in.
20-minute presentation, 5-minute Q&A. All right? Yeah. Oh, that's what you do, isn't it?
I don't think we do that anymore.
Oh,
It's changed. We got a 30-second and then they just get a 10-second countdown.
oh, 2007, 2008.
Morning, judges. How's it going? Good. We're just waiting for, we're just waiting for the USBs to come up here, that way we can actually get the presentations loaded up for you guys. The delegates also need to physically be here, so once we have them up here, we'll get participants in, we'll get the delegates in, and then we'll get going. Appreciate you guys being here. It was a lot of fun yesterday, so I hope you guys have the same experience today as well.
Just the lighting a little bit with the screen. Hard to see.
The lighting on the
Well,
screen?
it's like I can barely, I can't even read what it says on the screen.
There's a little bit of glare.
I think I will get all the presentations.
Yeah, it's, I know what he's saying. It's a projector itself. I don't know.
I think the presentations will come out better.
Once they're physically being shared?
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
I think it's just because this is like really small font, so unless.
Let's see.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
There you go. No, it might have been in the power station.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was just like, it was so, like, not bright at all, but.
So how do we open the, what is this?
Nope, I'm gonna show you what's gonna happen. So here's your runner, so you're gonna come over here. Runner's gonna pass you this package. There's a USB stick that comes with it, which we're gonna talk about in the morning. So what we'll do is we'll get this set up. I'm a little worried about this. So then, in here, we've just been using this, plug the USB stick into. No, sorry, yes, you can start letting you can just say participants, please come see me, and then you just do your tally marks, let them in. And then, yeah, so people who are spectating can come in, and then we'll get at the very end, get the people presenting in.
First, just spectators.
Just spectators, correct, yep. So you'll just come here, open the USB, this is what we've been doing, so PowerPoint's always your first work. If that doesn't work, then you switch to PDF. That, F5. Beginning of the day or maybe periodically throughout the day, just do it quick, making sure that the clicker works. Just make sure you leave it on this first slide, and then this is the clicker that you'll provide to, you can just, I mean, up to you, say the speech, and then pass the clicker, or you can say who's the first presenter, here's the clicker template for my presentation, or my speech is done before you start
Okay, so I
clicking.
can pass it first.
Yeah, you can do it first if you want.
Are you reading this time, or?
You know what, you've got it covered.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good. So all you have to say is, just reading it from here, and then I just want to put in your name, so welcome to the JDC West 2023. This is business technology. Sponsored by. You might want to see the sponsor names. So in front of. Do you want me to just do it first? Yeah, of course. So this is your sponsor here, okay? Another thing that's really important in here is that there can be information that is so yeah, you'll all do the first run through, and then, you just kind of see, this is gonna go anchor, so we've got spectators in, and then. I'm just gonna ask that you don't click through until I finish the speech. All right, we're good to go. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the JDC West 2023 Business Technology Case Presentation, sponsored by Nutrin. Before starting today, the JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respects to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationships with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of the land. Thank you to our judges, Scott Cheston from left to right, Jesse Wiebe, Andrew Smith, Anna Tavares, and Joannis Lindenbaum. My name is Selena, and I'm just filling in to help out with Matthew, who will be your academic moderator for the presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper in the far right over there will hold up timing cues throughout the presentation and during the question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask a question through raising their hand. I, the presentation moderator, will call upon the judges to ask their question. Once the question period has concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at this time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned to silent and that there is no talking amongst yourselves or signaling to the competitors throughout the presentation. Competitors, you are free to begin.
Sorry? How much would you pay to keep your loved ones safe? So my father is an architect by trade, but when we moved here from the Philippines, his credentials didn't work here, so he had to move to becoming a construction worker. Now, something you have to learn about my father is he's very, very soft, not made for physical labor at all. So it's an interesting mix, and on top of that, he often had miscommunications with his project manager because of the language barrier. So it was hard for them to verify if he had his credentials, but for a few years in his job, there were no incidents, so they left it alone. Until one day, my father was working on an equipment piece that had a rotating mechanism, and it rammed into his right knee, leaving him unable to walk or move or work for months. Now, this injury never fully healed, and so he's very slow at moving now. He has a compromised lifting capacity and such, which is a recipe for disaster when you're a physical labor worker. So my brother and I have to cover the costs for much of our family's expenses. This story is why your company exists. My construction compliance helps people like my father make sure that they're trained, they're verified, and they're safe to be on those job sites. However, the construction industry is made up of slow adopters who are hesitant to embrace your software. And that's where we, Era Consulting, come in. My name is Rihanna, and I'm joined here by my colleagues Ibun and Anna, and we're here to answer the following question for you. How can MCC develop a new product strategy to capitalize on industry pain points to foster long-term growth? So we've looked at a few solutions here today, and we will be identifying them and comparing them to the following criteria. Does the solution have effective marketing? Is it easy to use? And does it foster new relationships? Our solution for you here today is building bridges, MCC's pathway to innovative product development and relationships. And the impact of this solution will be a 40% increase in clients, 30% increase in sales demos given to decision makers, and users report 35% increase in satisfaction with your product. So we start off here with an analysis.
Thank you, Rihanna, for your great intro. So I want to take a deeper dive into your organization using an industry and company analysis. First, we're going to look at the industry that you operate in and those key points that we want to address with our solution. First, $10 trillion were spent on construction-related goods and services every year, which your company falls into. Second, a big problem in the industry is poor project management, which leads to wasted time and money and projects that are often not completed, leading to those incredibly dangerous work sites. Third, and the biggest problem for us, is our underinvestment in innovation, and the industry is slow at adopting new technology. MCC is out here solving these problems, but the people in the industry are slow to adopt it and are not realizing the benefits that you can bring them. And third, workers in the industry are retiring at a fast rate. That means we're lacking younger, fresh blood in this industry to keep it going and sustain it long term. Second, your company, MCC. You titled yourselves as industry disruptors. You're creating tools, product offerings, software, and hardware that is here to address industry pain points of labor shortages, of safety, of slow adoption, and you are here serving those needs, and we want to talk about that even more. Second, your main client base is in Western Canada, and you want to expand to new markets. And we're going to address these all in our solution. From this analysis, we have one critical insight. MCC needs to maintain their status as industry disruptors and needs to invest in effective marketing and communication to foster technology adoption and expansion. You have the tools, you have the resources to solve your industry problems, but you need to make sure that people understand that. They realize the benefits of your products, and that's what we want to do with our solution today.
Stakeholder analysis. Your stakeholders are important. They have a stake in the company. So we'd like to break down the three main ones. You have subcontractors, so construction crew members like my dad. They provide information on their certificates and licenses, and they value their personal safety. Next, you have the asset owners. So they own assets of large value. They're often the ones that want the project to happen, and they want them to be completed quickly and efficiently. And last but not least, you have your general contractors, the project managers, your decision makers. They hire subcontractors, and they also care about efficiency and safety to deliver for the asset owners. And where they're all placed here today, I'd like to pay close attention to where we will be managing closely, because general contractors have the highest power, being decision makers, and the highest interest as they are managing the people who will be delivering these projects. So the critical insight here is that stakeholders must be managed, of course, but special attention must be given to your general contractors. Next, we have a customer persona. So you're serving people like Bob the builder. So his demographic is he's in his 40s, Bob is a general contractor, and he manages a team of 30 construction workers. His pain points, though, the things that make his life hard, is that he struggles to convince his crew to try new things, and right now he's down to 27 people because 3 of his folks got injured on the site. And he's really worried about finishing the project in time, but he doesn't want to rush his workers because he doesn't want them to make mistakes. Mistakes lead to people getting hurt. And the critical insight here, I'd like to point you to a quote first, that there is a bias with people. It's known as the decline bias, that psychologically, we as humans do not like change. People like their worlds to make sense. I know I do. And so our world is easier to engage with when they make sense. So we're drawn to what's easy. And keeping that in mind, construction workers are hesitant to adopt change. So MCC needs to ensure that their products are intuitive and easy to use, because cognitively, if it's easy to process, we'll like it.
Thank you, Rihanna. And here's our criteria and KPI summary. So according to our analysis, we came up with 3 different critical insights, which have different criteria, which is, first, effective marketing and communication. Second, foster new relationships. And third, easy to use. Each of our criteria have KPI, which is first, 40% of increase in client. Second, 30% of increase in sales demos given to decision makers. And third, user report 35% increase in satisfaction with product. Next is our alternatives. We are here to provide you with 3 different solutions. First, we could build an application which is similar with LinkedIn and to find our potential contractors or potential employees. However, this one is not effective marketing, and it is easy to use. However, it cannot boost new relationships. And our second solution, use AI or machine learning in different platforms, even big data, to find a perfect match of talented individuals. And however, this solution is not marketing effectively, and it is easy to use, but cannot boost our new relationship. We do realize that in our analysis, we have 3 different KPI. However, there's other KPI in our industry as well. So as we can see, there's 4 different KPI for our industry, which is labor shortage, productivity, safety, and technology adaptations. So for our first solutions, which is not, we cannot product high productivity, and it's not safe for us. However, for our second solutions, which has medium productivity, however, it cannot draw the safety concern in our company. And that is the reason why we want to introduce our final solutions. Now, I will give the floor to Rihanna to discuss our implementation in detail.
So the mystery box here is opened, and our solution is building bridges, MCC's pathway to innovative product development and relationships. Diving deep into the implementation, we have 2 prongs. We will be working on your technology products, letting you know what new features you need to add and other things. As well, we will be working on the marketing side of things, making sure that the adoption of this in the industry is happening.
Thank you, Rihanna. First, I want to talk about your tech product solution. We believe that you have an amazing orientation module that can be added on to be even better. We want to add VR elements and gamification to make a training platform that is engaging, easy to use, and addresses your key pain points. So why do we want to do this? We want to engage laggard employees. They need things that are intuitive, easy to use, fun, and engaging to get them through training and to help them adopt technology. As well, we also want to attract a younger generation who will see that there is a movement forward with our solution and will address the points of labor shortage, safety, and productivity, and I'll explain why in more detail later. So a key assumption that we're taking is that your product development team that you have with 4 people on it would have a software and UX developer and a project manager to help facilitate this project. And we're also going to have the contractors that you already have to facilitate this project as well. So into how we're actually going to do this, let's actually break down what this new training platform is. And we've nicknamed it MCC Training World. The name is also open to, you can change it if you would like, but that's what it is for right now. So what exactly is this platform? So your current training module has online features that help training. The goal of it was to make things a little bit less in person and have things be more convenient for people who are training. So they can do workshops and things like that on your current module. How else we want to build up from it to create a little bit more engaging. So with our Training World platform, construction trainees will have the option to create little avatars that mimic themselves. And they can walk around the construction site and test things. They can click on a tractor and a question will pop up and it'll be like, what do you do with this? And they can answer it. And we also want to include elements of gamification like points tracking, stars, rewards, things like that that have been statistically proven to keep people engaged with platforms like this. So with this training module, we want to make sure that we're finding a fun way to use technology and to engage both those people who are slow adopters who want things to be fun and easy, as this will be really engaging, especially with the gamification and VR elements of it. And we also want to, again, attract that younger generation. We believe a platform like this can solve those 4 pain points because of the labor shortage issues by engaging those new, younger generations and help with the safety issues as we can train people effectively and in a fun way to reduce job incidents like with Rihanna's father. And we can also have more productivity. A big issue that solves productivity in the construction industry is low technology utilization and ineffective training. So this platform, we believe, will have fun, engaging elements that we can build off to create a place that incentivizes trainees to actually come and learn the most they absolutely can. So how exactly are we going to facilitate this? First thing we want to do is to conduct interviews with general contractors and subcontractors. We want to figure out what their needs are, what they want to learn, what things they want to do, and we can use that feedback to put into our new platform. Secondly, we need to develop use cases and requirements. What functions are we going to have, functional and non-functional? What things do we need this platform to do? We need to take some time to do analysis and research to exactly what we want this platform to do. Second, we need to design our interface and requirements with our UX developer and our software developer. We want it to be pretty, we want it to be fun, we want it to be engaging, and we're going to have those 2 people from the product development team work on that. Then we're going to develop and test a Alberta vision that we're going to use. Rihanna's going to talk about it more in detail later. And we're also going to launch and maintain this platform. And of course, we need to loop in the marketing team to make sure that this product is effectively communicated and marketed to the masses. So the KPI for this is that we're going to have users, our clientele, report a 35% increase with our online module platform. So we already have this great thing and we want to build it out even more to make it more engaging. And we want to see an increase in satisfaction with it. The timeline for this will take approximately 8 months, broken down into these 4 different phases. And we want to make sure that testing and maintenance of this platform is ongoing because we want to make sure we're continually debugging and making it as best as we possibly can.
So the next part of our implementation is the marketing portion. What is it? It's the pre-purchase marketing that we're using to attract buyers. As well, the post-purchase experiences that we're having to increase satisfaction with the product and gain some word of mouth. And why do we do this? Because the construction industry is slow to adopt. So marketing must be done to change people's attitudes towards technology and change their behavior. The resources we have here, we've assumed that you have a marketing team that we can use, sales team as well, and we will also be developing a trial version of the product for customers to play around with, social media channels, and leads. So the first part of the implementation here is it's really inefficient to just speak with project managers and decision makers. There is a potential here to partner with insurance companies as an effective sales channel. Every construction project needs insurance, but they pay the premium for risk. However, if they use your software, there will be data that they can gather there so that they can better tell if it's a risky company to work with or not. They can tell how many incidents are occurring and how many of your staff are certified. So they can then better ensure that it's a safe job site that they don't need to pay premium on. As well, there will be cross-promotion of insurance with MCC as we give and take to one another. The KPI here is that there's a 40% increase in clients because of referrals from insurance companies. There will also be a 30% increase in sales demos as the consumers are very curious about our product as they hear about it from insurance companies. And the timeline for this is we will consult with the sales team. They will have to create that pitch deck. It'll take about 1 to 2 months. On top of that, we will have to research the best companies to work with in those 2 months. We will also be reaching out to leads for meetings. That's an ongoing process as we always want new clients, and cold calls, which is also an ongoing process. That occurs obviously after the pitch has been made. Next, we will also be utilizing other channels. So we will have the sales demos with client leads so that they can see how our product works. We can explain it to them. We'll also have a trial version offered for 1 month so that they have a sandbox to play around with. We'll also gather testimonials for customer success so that other construction workers can see that construction workers are finding that this is working for them and they want to try it out too. LinkedIn group will also be there so that for current users, they can exchange stories, they can exchange tips, they can also ask questions on this forum, and an email newsletter will be sent out with tips on the software and any updates that we have about the company. We will also have product update town halls, so every new version of the product will have town halls so that construction workers can ask their questions there. And we'll also have the social media posts on platforms like LinkedIn where project managers will often be. So you asked for a 3-year plan. So this is what's most urgent, what we've given you today. But in the long term, we'd also like to present the following things. First, you can have AI and machine learning. So you did talk about a LinkedIn platform, which you could explore in the future. And we recommend that you do because there still is a labor shortage problem. So you can find the best match between employers and employees using AI and machine learning, using keywords, natural language processing, and such. Virtual reality can also be part of this, as you can simulate training for an active process learner. Many construction workers often learn by doing, not just by reading. And you can capture data on common errors that are often found. So for example, if my dad often reaches for the wrong button, then you can tell that and you can record that data. And for augmented reality, you can use robots like Spot the Dog by Boston Dynamics to walk around the construction site, show clients what's going on the construction site, and it can estimate how much of what it's observing is completed. So say the dog walks around and it says, oh, we think that is 80% completed, 20% left to go.
I want to say that it is a robot dog, so we will not be risking anyone's pets on construction sites.
Thank you, Rihanna. So here's our financial part of our implementation. So we have financial part in 2 buckets, technology and marketing. So for our short-term implementation, the VR training simulation, we will cost approximately $2 million. And for our long-term plan, for our 3-year plan, we break down the cost in 3 different costs. And for the technology bucket, it brings out to a total cost of $2.1 million. And for our marketing part, we break out the cost into 2 parts and brings that to the total cost of $27,000. And for our entire implementation, we will cost around $2.4 million, which is within our budget, $5 million.
Every plan has risks, and we've thought of them for you. First is your external partner. You will be working with insurance companies and such that will be cross-promoting you. So with the risk, they could have a scandal that occurs. But the mitigation for this is that we enact a clause for inappropriate behavior that will be in the contract. As well, we engage our PR team to then advise us on what we should do next and the messaging that we will be sending out to our clients regarding this incident. As well, we all know that if we're working with data, it's not a question of if, but when for data breaches. So we will utilize the backed up data that we have. As well, we'll also perform a security audit to see what the vulnerabilities are and implement its recommendations. As well, we will also engage with PR firms to make sure that we also tell our clients what's happening and what we're doing to solve it in the proper way. So if MCC had been there for my dad, he would still be walking fine today. And it would have been great because if he had gotten to that job site, he wouldn't have been able to even enter, as it could have told him that he wasn't he didn't have the credentials for it. So, and because my dad has a language barrier, it would have been better if he was learning through VR. It was a safe environment that he could play around in, and he could learn by doing, not just by hearing English, which he doesn't understand as well. So thank you for all of the work you do to protect people like my dad. And we will now open the floor for questions.
Sorry, how was the final time then? Perfect. Okay, so again, the way that this is gonna work is there's a 5-minute question and answer period at 4-minute and 30-second mark. The time is running off on the table. That means judges, you will have to move with the questions for this presentation. Delegates will have 30 seconds to finish up those final replies, and at the 5-minute mark, there will be a strict cutoff. We will begin the question and answer period shortly. Judges, please note that we'll call upon you to, we can start right now. Andrew?
So you mentioned the assumption that we have staff for supporting. How much staff do you think would be necessary to support this operation, or putting in the recommendation of yours across the different aspects of your communication?
Yeah, I can take this question. So we learned through working with your company that you have 4 people that are going to dedicate solely to product development, which we assumed would have at least 1 software developer, 1 UX developer, and a project manager. So we're basing off our solution off that. But we're also definitely open to looking for more people within the organization or looking for external help to make sure that we're creating a platform, that's engaging as possible, that works as best as possible. So right now we're focusing more on the 4 people, but if we find that we need help, through the analysis, through the design process, we can definitely reach and get for it. We hope to, just have the 4 people and save resources, which is a big issue for you. And yeah, thank you for your question.
So in your case, you mentioned that one of the challenges is getting people to join the industry. Was there anything in your development that considered people that don't have English as a first language, and could that be part of the project?
Absolutely. So on the LinkedIn platform, the LinkedIn-like platform that you will be developing in the future, there are options for translations. People could be interviewed via video, and there could be transcription that's available there as well. And natural language processing will help define those keywords and match them up after they're translated.
I was just wondering if your team had put any thoughts to how gamification would work for an older demographic. And because I myself identify with that demographic, and I'm not into that. So how would you approach that?
Yeah, I can take this question. So a big part of our solution is having those interviews with subcontractors and general contractors to find out exactly what they want and how we can implement that feedback into our platform. Knowing that the construction industry is largely made up of people who will be retiring soon, this is a perfect age demographic to really interview and understand, what things they like. If we say gamification, do they understand what that means, and what would they like to see in this platform? So through those interviews, we can get better insight into exactly what we can do. Being a team of young women, we don't know exactly, but this is where we can utilize interviews, surveys, things like that with people that we're going to be working with to make sure that we meet the needs of our consumers and clients just like yourself.
With your main KPI for your main recommendation, PR, is user satisfaction, right? It's a difficult thing to measure. And you're also hoping that the client will actually fill in any sort of information. How are you going to actually make sure you're getting accurate data on that KPI? And what metrics are you gonna use to measure satisfaction, right? 'Cause that's what it's.
So I can take that question. So for every single month or every single week, we actually can send out a questionnaire to our different client randomly. So like, for example, for short answer question or multiple choice to help them to answer different questions. But meanwhile, we can also do some like short like workshop or like interview for our individual clients as well to ask some specific questions to our client to ensure that our data, all the information obtained are accurate.
Yeah, and to add on, sorry. Oh, I can, sorry.
No, keep going.
Yeah. And to add on to what my colleague Anna says, we can use these different surveys and stuff like that. But user satisfaction, right, is a subjective term. So what we can do with this platform is we're doing ongoing testing and maintenance within our implementation. This could be things like how many bugs are there, how are people enjoying it, how laggy is it, how engaged is it. We come up with different metrics to make sure that we're measuring what satisfaction means. The biggest thing for you and for us is to make sure that clients are in the forefront of this implementation. So we can, again, talking about surveying, talking about interviewing them and make sure that we're actually meeting those needs. But with a platform like VR, there's a lot of technological requirements. You know, how fast is it? What's the processing like? What's the visuals like? How engaging is it? And we're going to track all those metrics with the ongoing testing and maintenance. And we will also, again, be using interviews and such to make a better, a fuller recommendation.
The room first on the right-hand side, and then the third group. Spectators, you may answer. Thank you.
I'll be. Are you local or are you? I'm not. He's from the truck. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Started JDC. Okay. Started cheese. You work at started. You didn't mean to start at anything opposite.
They're allowed to finish their speech up to 5%. So you did great, you called out the 30-second part, and then the participants, the delegates, the speakers, they're allowed to finish, and as soon as they hit 5 minutes, you say stop.
Oh, right.
Yep.
Well, I just had one quick question. Like, they normally reiterate
It's up to Matthew to conclude and say, thank you, and that concludes the questionnaire. So that's exactly what happened in this one, right? It was like 4 minutes.
right?
It's at the table, there you go, so Matthew's not gonna call upon someone else. It's, thank you, that concludes the presentation. Yeah, that makes sense. As soon as 4:30 hits, no more questions can be answered. As soon as they're done, if they're silent, and it's 4 minutes and 31 seconds, that's done. No more questions, no more responses, it's done. Yeah, and they cannot go over 5 minutes in their reply. So let's say that the judge asks the questions at 4 minutes and 20 seconds, and they are at 4 minute, 59-second mark. As soon as it hits 5 minutes, if they don't finish, you cut them off, done.
Right, and it's like, I thought there was a lot of
Correct,
stuff.
so let's show them here, can you
If I already.
please give them a reminder that until we do this,
You know what I mean?
hit that mute
Yeah, I
button.
would say that
Oh, is it? Did one get canceled?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, then we've got a bit of a break here.
Well, we have a big break.
We have a big break.
Oh, really?
So let's, here, I'll
Do you want the, oh yeah, we got an 8.
Remuting.
We're at meeting now.
I'm gonna remute because there's quite a break.
My judges scowl. I'll be the Simon Cowell of the, just shit on everybody. And then everyone's like, you're awesome. Oh, there's a lot of us. And the thing is, I'm double. My mom's mom is there.
But not, yeah.
But no relation.
Yeah, from a different part of Scotland.
No, Germany. My mother lived there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like we make it the same.
Oh, late country,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
or Aberdeen.
No, or, Wolfpack, there, yeah, that's. Or maybe not the same, I know different. My dad. Oh, yeah, my dad. I was just like, ask your dad.
Oh, yeah, not for what it is.
Because my dad said on like multiple national boards. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm sure they. Yeah, we're out. Just for the city. Well, he's like, when he was born, this is, so 2002. They got, well, yeah, what became that, it was just Southern. So it's like. My dad was oh, that's not so harsh, right? Now,
morning. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the JDC West 2023 Business Technology Case presentation, sponsored today by Nutrien. Before starting today, the JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges, Scott Cheston, Jesse Weeb, Andrew Smith, Anna Tavares, and Johannes Lindenbaum. My name is Matthew, and I'll be our academic moderator for today's presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper will hold up the timing cue, so the presentation is at the back right there, and the question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask a question through raising their hand, and I, the presentation moderator, will call upon them to ask the question. Once the question period has been concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are silent and there is no talking amongst yourselves or signaling to the competitors throughout their presentation. Competitors, you are now free to begin your presentation.
I'd like everyone in this room to take note of the fact that you are standing in a spot that somebody constructed. And not just somebody, a bunch of construction workers. They are the reason why you are able to stand in this room. And they are an integral part of society. They are responsible for building and developing our society into what it is today, which is why it is so important that they feel supported when it comes to workplace injuries or even just in life. And with that, our consulting company, Fast Forward Consulting, we strive to give support to those construction people who deserve that support, which is why my construction compliance is definitely the right place for people to feel like they deserve to be appreciated when they go to work. This is my partner, Caden, and I'm Jill, and we are Fast Forward Consulting, as I mentioned. So, our primary issues are labor shortages. It is a common theme because in the economy, construction workers make up a big factor of the jobs that we have. So they make up for a good significant portion of the amount of jobs that we have today. Also, for our secondary, safety and technology adaptations are extremely important because those workers need to feel like when they go to work, they are protected and they don't feel like they're at danger, because being a construction worker is very dangerous. You're dealing with all kinds of workplace hazards, and who knows what'll happen when you're working on the job. And it's different as opposed to any other type of job because they're dealing with dangerous tools that they need specific training for. And without this training and certification, people don't know what they're doing. And we want to make sure that everybody has the right training and knowledge to get them through work without feeling like they are underqualified. So for our goals, we want data-driven project development delivery. So what that means is that we want to make sure that we're collecting data on all of our workers and utilizing that data and trying to grow our strategy. So when we develop new technologies, we are going to be using this data to evolve. We want to take workers on how many workers are efficiently getting the job done. Can we get it done in a successful and timely manner? Are we going to be able to have enough workers for this job? This data is very crucial because that's how we're going to be able to get this strategy forward. And our second goal is we need future-enabled workforce. So over time, technology has been growing and developing, and we have been able to automate a lot of things that will help with strenuous activities that we face day to day. But we need to focus on automating things that we're good at in this company, because your company shouldn't have to deal with strenuous issues that take time away, because time is money.
Looking at the company, they mainly are looking at they're a software company looking for tools to help with managing, training, and compliance for certifications, etc. for workers at construction sites. The software that the company uses is super easy to use, very nice for the workers, easy to look at. It's not hard to figure out, and it makes jobs safer and makes it easier for the workers to get what they need to get done. Some of the products that the company has out are the Smart Brick and the Smart Badge. These are their hardware products. The brick is one way they can track employees who tag in, tag out of work, just so they know who's on the job, who's working, who's not on the job, and who's on the break, etc., keeping track of all the employees where they are. And Smart Badge, which keeps a profile for each employee, so we can know a lot. So managers, anyone who's wanting to look, or if they want to show what kind of certifications they have, they can show that just through an easy profile to whoever's looking. And then there's the software products that they have, which is some of the most important ones, like Certification Manager, which just keeps all the certifications that each of the employees have up to date, and that they make sure that they have the most all the required certifications. As well as orientation is a very important one as well, where it is the training and the backbone to what the employees do and helps them figure out how to complete all their tasks. The collaborators with the company are general contractors, subcontractors, Canadian construction industry, just all of the construction agents, everyone they try to work with and implement their software and hardware into all these different sites to help with safety, efficiency, productivity. Competitors are just other construction companies trying to do the same thing, implementing other software. Although this company is ahead of the game and they're miles ahead of everyone else, we want to make sure that they stay that way, and we'll get onto that later. The climate for construction software companies is amazing to get into right now. There's not much in the construction industry. It's a very untouched industry, and our client was able to get in there and get their products ahead of the game, and now they just have to keep ahead of everyone to make sure that they're on top. It's a very underinvested area. And customers are very closely tied with their collaborators, as those are their people they're selling their product to and supporting, as well as the individual workers and the people who are struggling on the work sites to stay safe and to keep productivity and costs down with the construction.
So every company has certain factors that are non-negotiable. They absolutely need to install these problems and fix them because it's just a part of what they need and want to get accomplished, which is what our requirements are. Our requirements are notable things that are trying to point out why this strategy is going to utilize what exactly this company needs to do. So for more automation with administration tasks, we need to automate these strenuous services. So all this time that we spend doing repetitive work, we could be automating, because this company is great at these specific factors, and why would you automate something that isn't really great? You want to automate something that everyone's good at, because that way we can cut down the amount of time it takes in this job, and we can use that time to greater develop the company. For data, we want to utilize all the data that we collect to help support our customers, because our customers are very important, and customers make an organization. So providing the knowledge to them that we are taking everything that they want and need and taking that into account and utilizing it and putting it to action shows that we care. And with this organization, we need to strive to show that they are trying to support construction workers and that they have their back. For building information modeling, they need to develop better design and construction planning, because with better planning comes better times for resources. And these changes need to be seen in real time, as in we need to start these changes now, not in the future. We need to get started on them today. For alternatives, we have 3 different choices of different avenues to go. For one, we have Internet of Things and recruitment marketplace. Internet of Things helps with automating and regulating certain services. So it has sensory products that we will put on the workers to collect data and analyze their efficiency, their productivity, and we can use that data to figure out how we can improve over time. This will help reduce redundancies and it'll enhance safety, because the company can analyze where we lack in those areas. It also simplifies project management, because there's all this extra data where we can figure out what we need to get done quicker. For augmented decision support and recruiting marketplace, it helps accelerate construction time and gets people to where they need to go, and it helps the accuracy of the construction projects. For big data and recruiting marketplace, it helps with the early detection of risks and mitigating any potential outcomes that can happen that negatively impact the company. It also provides more accessible data for the company to utilize and put into action. For our decision matrix, we use a 5 scale. So from 1 being low and from 5 being great. For scalability, Internet of Things and recruiting marketplace, we scored it out of 5 because it's very easy for the company to utilize and build up and grow for. With functionality, it is very easy to use and adapt with. And for training demands, we could utilize the training of people and easily integrate it into different sectors. And for costs, it doesn't take away the fact of how much revenue we would make over time. And with the integration of the recruiting marketplace software, we can use those certifications and licensing to help with construction workers and getting placed, so that they can be easily recognizable by employers and have all the accurate data of when they need to renew their licensing and so on and so forth. And for augmented decision support, it's been scaling down, as it's not as better as a choice of Internet of Things, because it has a lower scalability and it's more tedious for the company to grow, which is kind of similar to big data and recruiting marketplace. Lower down for functionality, these get rated lower because they're more technical to deal with, as they pertain more time involved to establish these. We recommend that Internet of Things plus recruiting marketplace is the best way to go, because it helps with solving key industry problems with accompanying growth. It also helps with the stagnant productivity levels, because currently in construction industry there are a lot of overrun costs due to time, and there's too much money being wasted on areas that shouldn't be spent on. It also has technological adaptation, and it uses information from the certification manager, which is one of our softwares that Caitlin had mentioned. For our second choice, augmented decision support and recruiting marketplace wasn't our first pick, because it was simpler and it was efficient for construction planning, but it had a lack of features as opposed to our first option, which in this sense, we need as much features as possible, because these construction workers need to be eligible for certain employers to pick them, because it'll be similar to a LinkedIn profile where you'd have all of your training and licensing, and it would make it easier for employers to pick out construction workers that they need. And then finally, big data and recruiting marketplace. It does compile sites data, but it does detect risks as preemptive measures, which is useful, but like I said, it lacks in all the other features of adaptation like our first option brings.
Looking at our implementation of our recommendation, we are looking at first in month 1 in our short term, identifying our change champions, the main leaders of who will help train our staff or train the clients. And also in that first month, we will purchase the software and the equipment for the software that we're trying to implement into each of these construction sites. In month 2 to 3, we will train change champions and software suppliers, get them to meet up and make sure that they understand what they need to be teaching and that they know the core of the project that we're pushing. And then we're going to also have change champions do weekly meetings that month just to keep up to date with anything, with just feedback for the software suppliers and to make sure they're all on the same page when pushing out the product. For month 4 to 6, we're going to have our change champions train clients on the software, and then we're also going to start by testing the software and the implementation of it in a few small construction sites, just to get a feel for how it works before moving on to bigger sites. In months 7 to 8, we will fully implement equipment and software into all of the sites that we're working with, if it had worked well in the previous months. And for the final months, we want to make sure to survey all of our clients on the changes and see how they feel about it, see what's working, see what's not working, what could be changed, what could be improved. And then at the end of that month, we just want to review everything that's happened, reevaluate, and adjust anything that needs to be changed. And now looking at our long-term implementation, once again, we're going to review, reevaluate, and adjust. And also survey again, just that, say, this first full year, just to make sure to get it hammered in, just to figure out and make sure we're doing everything to the best of our abilities and that it works for everyone. And then for year 2 to 3 and on, we want to make sure to start meeting with software providers a few months before big updates come out, just so that everyone can be on the same page and it won't be any big changes that are hard to explain right at first. And we want to do annual meetings each year to see the efficiency and the changes that this implementation has done, and make sure that it's actually making a good change for the construction company.
So we've gone into a 3-year cost analysis to identify how much it will cost the company to acquire the CRM software. These numbers are approximate, but it would be around $150,000. This would be a one-time payment that we have to do. For training, it would be about $600,000, and that would grow over the time of the year to establish training. We do have 4 permanent employees, so we would have to train them on the software, and it would be about $400,000 and would grow over time. But this training would also consist if we were to bring new people on. We would also create recruiting marketplace from scratch. So it would be about $150,000 to start, and then $60,000 annually to keep it up and going. So it would carry on to about $330,000. But the company has a budget of $5 million to instill this strategy. For any additional costs, we need to hire 2 in-house IT specialists, one to handle with the recruiting marketplace, and one to handle with our the Internet of Things. For this, it is very important that companies have responsibility for these specific actions, because if there's no responsibility, no one is held accountable to get these situations done, which is why we pointed out who would be in charge. So human resources would take on that challenge, and it would be about $250,000. And we also would like to reserve for additional tech support, which we could cover in finance, would be about $50,000 just in case you have any problems that arise with installing the software.
And a quick look at our risk analysis. Some risks that we were looking at are employees rejecting the software, privacy concerns, and labor shortages. And some of the ways we'll fix these, for instance, with the employees rejecting the software, we'll have them just meet with our change champions, make sure that they are really well versed in what is happening. And with if it goes really bad with that one, to recover, we will really just get deep down with each of them and show and explain the person why the changes are needed and why it's for their safety and their benefit that we're doing all this. And privacy concerns is another one that we are making sure we know and are very well versed in. That one definitely is a possibility, but just make sure that we have all the agreements and that they consent to it and that they know what is happening. We'll make that clear.
Construction workers help build our future, and it's important that we cover labor shortages and that we fix this issue so that we can continue to provide jobs to more people who can better improve our world. With safety and technology adaptations in our software, we've developed ways that we could make this situation better for the company. Thank you.
Overtime, delegates. All right, at this time we'll move on to our question and answer period. We'll have 5 minutes to answer questions. I will call upon the judges. At 4 minutes and 30 seconds, Mara will knock on the table indicating no more questions to be asked by the judges at that time, and you'll have 30 seconds to wrap up your answers. And yeah, we'll begin. Johan?
Is your cost cumulative or per year?
It is per year.
So why do my training cost double every single year?
Because over time, if we need to equip more people on the job, we would have to allocate money towards that and help pay for those people to be trained.
Why am I paying that amount for the customer that's training the construction worker?
With the training costs, that's just for our team and everything, and I don't know exactly why it would be.
So who is actually developing this marketplace? Is it IT specialists that you have coming on board, or are you outsourcing that?
That would be outsourced. Yeah.
KPIs besides the financial you measure?
We would measure productivity. We would also measure the efficiency of workers during the workplace, and we would also focus on the time that it takes to complete certain projects, because these would be huge factors that would impact how well the company does when it comes to revenue, because time can be expensive.
So I was just wondering if you folks had took into any consideration data requirements that might come from your recommendation of in the Internet of Things, or what data requirements come out of that? So we can elaborate a little bit.
The data requirements for that would be collecting through sensors, like we'd have to buy many sensors and stuff, and then upload that onto a cloud or websites for them to collect and look out the managers to look at all the data, go to their desktop, so that they can see kind of all the data coming from all those sensors.
Just to be clear, because I'm a little unclear on what you're recommending. There's 2 IoT products that MCC is currently providing. Additional product lines to be added on to IoT?
Yeah. We're recommending the additional the marketplace for people to meet and to get help with labor, to help matchmake some construction workers, where do they go, as well as add the Internet of Things onto the already established like software through the company.
Like what additional products would you recommend?
The main additional product would be the marketplace.
What with respect to the IoT?
With the IoT, sensors, we'll in place, like we'll file the sensors and everything for mitigation from like for dangers through like wristbands and stuff for the employees, so that they can be tracked with for safety.
Do you consider the risks of hardware, like the supply chain?
We've realized that if we have 2 IT specialists on call, and with our extra $50,000 for extra IT support, this would help with any issues that arise in risk. So with this added funding, we could bring in more professionals to help mitigate and fix this problem if there was to arise.
If there is no question, that's the end of the question and answer session. Thank you for the presentation. You may exit.
No, but the
Training.
like there was a judge.
There was in person last week, so you got a chance to meet people. That's it. No, I'm not officially judging. For sure, doing anything with you. Anything with you. How many total people participated? All the delegates.
There's like 600 each.
So like this.
Yeah, like the deans, faculty advisors, all the. Yeah. How you doing?
How big is the team of the university across all of this?
They would have all 12 teams, which would be 10 teams of 3, so 30.
Should be asking him this.
Don't worry, I'm not a delegate. I'm not a delegate.
I'll make you wear the answers.
So there would be 30 academic, then there would be 8 athletic, and then there would be 4 debate. If you had a full team.
Athletic.
Yes.
Plus the challenge.
Isn't that, that's
Yes, so yes, a challenge.
Shoot ball and all.
a challenge.
So,
I know the TV shows. Really? Oh, very cool. That sounds like fun.
And then you got either rock or piano.
Yeah. Or develop some fully,
You gotta run naked around the whole 10 times.
Or at least I'm pretty sure that.
Yeah.
Side by side.
Yes.
yeah, so.
One was pretty. I know what those are like. Really? So local. Black guys. Oh my God. We were worried you were gonna get a jab to the front. Yeah. But you don't. Yeah.
Greetings, good morning, and welcome to JDC West 2023 Business Technology Presentation, sponsored by Nutrien. Before starting today's JDC West Organizing Committee would like us to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay respect to First Nations and Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. I'd also like to thank our judges, Scott Cheston, Jesse Weeb, Andrew Smith, Ann Tavares, and Johannes Lindenbaum. That's left to right. My name is Matthew, and I'll be academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following that, the judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper, Maroff, in the back right corner there, will hold up time cues throughout the presentation and question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask a question through raising their hand, and I, the presentation moderator, will call upon them. Once the question period is concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure your cell phones are turned to silent and there's no talking amongst yourself or signaling to competitors throughout the presentation. Competitors, you are now free to begin your presentation.
In this day and age, know just how vital technology is to any business. Be that in the restaurant industry, or maybe in different school systems, or even in the construction industry. We also know that your company is the leading edge when it comes to providing technology solutions to different construction businesses. We want to ensure that you remain in this position, remain in that leading edge, and that is exactly what we are here to help you with today. Hi, my name is Suraj, and alongside me today is my business partner Daniel, and together we are Jupiter Consulting. So, let's jump right in. Let's take a look at some of the issues that are currently in your company and in the marketplace as a whole. Firstly, there are labor shortages. That comes with lots of retirements, but not a lot of new up-and-coming workers who are coming into this industry. We also have the issue of stagnant productivity. So in terms of the construction industry, it's really remained the same. There hasn't really been any productivity increases within the last few decades. There's also safety concerns. Of course, in construction, there's going to be a lot of safety concerns, and this is a huge issue that needs to be tackled to ensure the safety of the different workers within these industries. And lastly, more of an overarching issue that we've seen is that technological adaptation. So these different construction companies really don't want to adapt these new technologies, right? They're stuck in that old process. They don't know the different benefits of these technologies.
So now to take a bit more of a closer look at the first issue, which is a lack of labor. As mentioned, one of the big problems is that workers are retiring faster than new ones join. This is of course a massive problem, as over time this will lead to a decrease of workers and a decrease of skilled labor. Now, this is going to be a massive issue again because you will lose that experience, that skill, and this is what helps the construction industry so much. A second big issue is that even with the employees who are in the industry now and have been working, there's issues around a lack of employee retention understanding. People are not sure where, how, and why to keep employees on. Secondly, another issue, as mentioned, is the stagnant productivity. There has been little to no improvement in this area in 50 years. This is massive, as in almost every other area of the economy, there has been these improvements. But in construction, it has not. The construction industry can suffer from overruns in both cost and time, which both massively decrease productivity. And finally, this issue is also again affected by the prior issue, which is again a lack of laborers.
So taking a deeper look into the safety concerns. Well, we know that there are fatal for injuries, and that is a huge aspect to this too, such as falling or getting your arm stuck in different machinery. These are huge things that could be prevented with proper training and other different proper measures that could be put into place. Now, if an employee does actually get injured, on average, they're going to be out for 10 days. So now, in an already short labor market, you're losing another employee, and that's slowing down production. That's costing your company and other companies more money and much more of a headache to actually deal with. And to take a look at the overarching problem of this technology adoption, as mentioned earlier, this construction industry is really slow at adopting that new technology. They need to better understand that there are many new technologies available and that can be implemented to help solve and alleviate the issues that they are having within their own companies.
So now that we've gone over the issues, there are some ways that these can be solved. We first looked at two main areas, which is to enhance the current products and to develop new products. However, just sticking with enhancing the current products, it would work, but it would not tie into your company's value of being at the forefront, of being that innovation, and pushing the boundaries of what can be done with technology in the construction industry. Now, the next option is to develop completely new products. On the surface, this looks like a good idea. However, there are massive risks involved. There's the issue of time, of cost, of resources available, and it can be a big risk to have to take this step to go and develop these new products. Because of this, we have come up with our strategy, with our recommendation for your product strategy, which is to both improve and adapt new technologies to keep the leading edge. So this would include both enhancing your current technologies as well as adding in new technologies that would help to bolster your current offerings.
So let's take a deeper look at this recommendation and each different issue aspect. In terms of labor, there's going to be two major aspects to this. The first one being a new platform for employees and employers to collaborate on. What this will actually allow for is for an AI to match the skill sets to different employers. And this is really going to help that easing transition for the employers and the employees both themselves. Another aspect is including employee surveys and getting feedback from that. So this will really give a better understanding of why you may not have the best retention in certain industries, and different companies that you help with this solution will better understand and use the data, the insights that they gain from these surveys, and actually incorporate that into their business so they can have better retention, better staff retention, especially in the labor market such as today. In terms of productivity, there are other major aspects that we are recommending for you to build as well. The first one is a building information model and actually building this platform. And this will allow different people to actually collaborate while they're working on the project. This in hand actually reduces the cost and time as it's better planned out. And as stated, of course, this is really gaining traction, and we want to ensure that your company is at that leading edge. Now, what really will set you apart is the Internet of Things. What this will do is track this machinery, but you can actually integrate all of that data into the BIM system. So now all of this data will be in that system, giving it that unique aspect and giving it the ability to grab more insights and to be more useful than other BIM platforms that are already on the market. And lastly, we also will recommend to create an AI that will basically automate basic admin tasks. So this could include things that are very mundane, something that an AI or artificial intelligence could easily implement and easily make much more efficient, saving, again, that time and cost. And taking a look at safety here. We really want to ensure that safety is at the forefront, as of course your employees and the employers, they really value all of that. And with this, there could be a dashboard of different incidents. So with this, they can analyze and track the different injuries. So what it can showcase to them is, where are these injuries occurring? Where is it that we need to focus on more? Where we need to focus this training on more to prevent future injuries such as this from occurring? And the other idea here is really to utilize Internet of Things, which will already have been implemented, and smart badges. So what these different companies can do is have these workers go in, and this will indicate who can use what machinery. So maybe you have somebody who's new onto the floor. Maybe you have somebody who's not as experienced. Well, that smart badge that utilizes that NFC technology, it will be able to indicate that. And with the Internet of Things incorporated within the machinery, it will only activate for those people who are able to use that machinery, who are authorized to actually use that machinery.
Now, taking a look at the implementation of our recommendations. First off, taking a look at our recommendation for labor, which again was having to build a recruitment platform to connect potential employees with employers, and as well as to gain insight on what keeps employees around. So first off, looking at the platform for recruitment, there are three main things to do. First off is to make that matching AI. So this can be done with the data that has been collected already from your company, because you have the list of the certifications that subcontractors have. You have the data on what certifications, skills, and talents that companies are looking to fill and jobs they need. After this AI has been developed, we'll put it to work to analyze the data. So this will then start to match these potential employees with their potential employers. And finally, after this, we will be building the platform on which this is hosted on. And now, we will also give the option to have employers and employers also go on the platform itself and go connect to companies or go connect with people that they think could be good fits for potential projects. And secondly, the other big thing is trying to gain that insight and that data on employee retention. So for this, there are three main things. First off is to develop the relevant surveys that can get you that data. Secondly is to distribute these surveys out to both employees and employers, as you can get the data from both sides. And then finally, after these surveys have been distributed, filled out, and collected, they will be then taken in to be analyzed and then things can be found to help increase that retention. Secondly is our productivity recommendation. As again, there are the three main suggestions, which is adding in the BMI module, adding in the Internet of Technology, and then automating those admin tasks. So first up with the BMI software, the main thing is actually to develop that software and make sure that it can work with all of your systems currently in place, as well as systems used by your customers. After this BMI software has been developed, it will then have the Internet of Technology information integrated into it as well. Secondly is having to set up the Internet of Things. So this is going to be focused mainly on setting up a lot of that hardware that you need. So those sensors, those modules that help get all that data that ties into the BIM, that ties into the dashboards that will be using the Internet of Things data. And then finally is having to automate the admin task. So first off is having to identify the tasks to automate, and then when these tasks have been identified, an AI will then be developed that can do these tasks by itself as opposed to a human having to do it, which again which will help increase productivity. Thirdly is to implement our safety recommendations. So the first one is adding in that instant data and developing that dashboard. So essentially, this is going to involve having to make an instant report module. So this is where both employees and employers can input the relevant info for injuries. So such as places it occurred in the building, what machines were being used, what happened, where, why, and how. All that information that can be used to analyze these issues and help reduce these accidents. After this module has been built, it will be incorporated into the Projects Pro dashboards. So this ensures that the users can get a clear picture of all the information they need. Secondly is going to be the authorization of the Internet of Things and the machines. So for this, first off, it's going to have to be programming the machinery itself to be compatible with these badges, so it can take that information from the badges and decide if they have the certificate or not. So on that is again going to be connecting these smart badges with the information of technology data. Fourthly is helping with the tech adaptation problem that is an overarching theme in the construction industry. So on this, the main thing is just to offer that customer support and that help, because change is hard. It is hard to do, especially on your own. So by helping out your customers with that change, by having live customer support, and as the change goes on, eventually being able to find common questions, so you can have a list of FAQs that can be used to help nice and quick, as well as live customer support.
So let's jump into what this is actually going to cost your company. We know that you have that $5 million budget allocated for this. And with our estimates and our calculations, we are actually going to be under that budget, so you can allocate that for different departments or different uses. Now, of course, the biggest cost is going to be that software development. The reason being is because there are these new developments that are going to be occurring, and it is vital and very important that these are developed correctly and properly. Next is the hardware itself, and a majority of this hardware is going to be that Internet of Things. So creating these devices that will actually be able to read and take a look at these different metrics and collect all of that data, which in the future will be insightful. And of course, you have other usual costs. However, another big one is research and development. And this is just so that you can look into these technologies. You can look and research to see what is the best way to implement this. What is the easiest? What is the most cost effective? What is the most useful? And of course, you'll also have here the customer support, which is just going to be with that live support and potentially even chatbots that frequently asked questions aspect. So that is a bit more of a minor cost. And breaking each of these projects down roughly here by the year and the different quarters, we can see that we really want to get the head start on this BIM system, ensure that we're building it, that your company will be getting it built so that it actually can be first to market, so that you can lead with this and really get that customer base with it. The recruitment platform, of course, is super vital as well, especially in this day and age, so that's going to be coming next. And the artificial intelligence, which really encompasses a lot of the AI that we will be created, that your company will be getting created, will also be starting a little later in that second quarter. And as the dashboards and customer support, the dashboards rely on the data, so that will be actually starting a little bit later, and alongside the customer support won't take too much longer.
So, as happens with any business venture, risks are involved with this. Through here, we've identified three main risks. First off is that your customers might be resistant to this new technology because they've always done things the way they are. It's work, it's getting the job done. However, thanks to the benefits that these new technologies and enhancements provide to the customers, we believe by educating your customers on what these can do for them, so helping decrease injuries, helping increase productivity, helping find more qualified and trained employees, that they will see the benefits and help decrease this risk. Secondly is the chance that the AI is not able to meet the needs at first. However, as we get more data and more feedback from both employers and employees and the customers involved, it will be able to continuously optimize and update the AIs to help ensure that it will meet these customer needs and it will help enhance these products. And finally, a third risk is that the recruitment software might not be used because people might just think, hey, we've always done our own recruitment. Why would we switch it up? However, thanks to your well-established company as well as your well-established reputation, we believe that your customers will know, thanks to the experience you guys have had with them already, that it is a good idea and that it will help them find these qualified employees to help in this labor market. Now, finally, how will we measure the effects of this strategy? The main ways are going to be on the customer side, as ultimately this is who this is focused on. It's getting these new products, these new enhancements out to them. So first off is going to be seen in just a general increase in your customers. This is include both the software and the hardware that you guys use. Secondly is going to be seen on the amount of users on the recruitment software. As we're trying to get both employees and employers on this, by having a large network on this, this ensures that your customers will be matched with the best potential employees and will be matched with the best potential employers, and that will help both parties involved. And finally, will just be a overall increase in the customer satisfaction, as you will have these new technologies, you will have these new enhancements that make productivity better, make their labor more accessible, make their employees more safe, and make them used to the new technology. We would like to thank you for the time and open the floor to any questions.
Time for 19 minutes for next.
For sure, yeah. So we can just head back here to the budget slide. And in terms of how many people we're actually going to be hiring for this, of course, you've stated that we have those 4 permanent employees. However, we have some leeway for getting some additional couple employees as well, just so they have that different expertise on this new technology, such as artificial intelligence and Internet of Things. So in total, there will be around 6 new employees.
You identified a number of business risks, but I'm just wondering what technology risks you might consider.
Let's go back to risks. So a couple of the risks on the tech side is that there's a chance that some of the technology at first won't work. So potentially with the Internet of Things, if that's not always connected, there's a chance that it's not always up for the hardware. But yeah, in general, the big risk is just the technology not working.
When you look at the industry, you mentioned that adoption was one of the risks, and even in your risk slide, you have customers being resistant to the technology. In your budget, though, you don't have any money dedicated to marketing. So are you hoping that the users that you have are just going to find the product magically and start using it, or are you hoping to market it in some way?
For sure, yeah. So in our budget that we created, it was primarily more so focused on that technology aspect. However, we do have that miscellaneous budget aspect as well, and that could include potentially parts of that marketing that is needed to really educate these different users on the benefits of this technology.
Our clients work with hardware from, or machine learning from a variety of different vendors. Have you considered how we might, working with your IoT recommendation, work with different equipment from different companies?
Totally, yeah. So that's also as well we've allocated with our research and development. So in that, we really want to find out what is going to be the easiest way to scale this. Is there going to be a way that we can standardize these different technologies, such as Internet of Things, for the different machineries? Or do we start off with the standard machinery that is in the industry and then work from there? Really, that's going to be where your company can figure out what is the best approach when completing this recommendation.
When looking at the project timeline, what made you decide to do it in that particular order and staggering them in that way?
For sure. So the reason we did it in this order is because we really wanted to prioritize certain things. So as you can see, we wanted to prioritize this the building information modeling system, and the reason for that being it's just because it will have that unique future, and so that it can be first to market, it can gain that traction of all these different users, and then it just really goes in that order of precedent when we're building the other platforms in priority.
The customer support costs, so would be just for the latter part of the year, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
The latter part, how many support staff would you have to start in that Q3, Q4?
For start, it's first going to depend on like actually how it's been looking so far in the development. So say for example we've had some issues on developing the AI and it's been a bit buggy, we'd be looking to hire more customer support. But again, if that's like gone smoothly, we'd be looking for less. So on a rougher side, probably looking for 3 to 4. On a smoother side, 2 to 3.
For your costs, what are we looking at here for recurring or versus one time?
Yeah, so a lot of this is going to be for the whole 3-year project. And of course, there are going to be reoccurring costs, such as the customer support and ongoing research and development, but that would be really more in a new budget, depending on where you are at after those 3 years and after developing all of these new technologies as well.
in getting here is, yeah, well, no, like a chicken grill. And cheese and the same amount of mayo. It's the point where I go over as I'm driving, and my whole hand is just soaked with mayo. So it's like, turn around. So turn around like, no, this is not a chicken grill.
You do like a chicken sandwich? And I got involved with the
That's not looking at anything before we start. Greetings, good morning everyone, and welcome to the JDC West 2023 Business Technology presentation, sponsored by Nutrien. Before starting today, the JDC West Organization Committee would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan, Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to our First Nations and Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges from left to right, Scott Cheston, Jesse Weeb, Andrew Smith, Anna Tavares, and Johannes Lindenberg. My name is Matthew, and I'll be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper, Mirov, will hold up timing cues throughout the presentation. He's in the back right there. Throughout the presentation and question period as well. Judges will indicate their intent to ask a question by raising their hand, and I, the presentation moderator, will call upon them to ask their question. Once the question period has concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure your cell phones are turned to silent and there's no talking amongst yourselves or signaling to the competitors during their presentation. Competitors, you are now free to begin your presentation.
Steve Jobs once said, "Why focus on worrying about the troubles of yesterday when you can focus on inventing tomorrow?" My construction compliance judges, I'd like to paint you a picture today about how you can capture that very tomorrow. You currently have done an amazing job of being an industry disruptor in your domain and have provided quality services in both hardware and software solutions to your clients. But now, I'd like to explain to you how you can take it a step further. You now have the opportunity that you should be seizing to advance into tomorrow, to leapfrog in terms of your ability to invent that very tomorrow. Through your ability to not only maintain your position as a disruptor, but become an industry leader in your domain while continuing to invent that tomorrow through technological innovation. Judges, my name is Daniel. Join alongside my colleagues Brendan and Nikki, and we'll be walking you through how you can invent that very tomorrow by answering the key question you're facing today, is how can you, MCC, maintain your position as an industry disruptor in the construction industry? We currently notice that you're dealing with safety risks, stagnant productivity in your industry, as well as a lack of technological adoption within your end users. Our overarching strategy based on these 3 issues is to innovate through your product development in order to draw and derive better data insights to benefit your clients and yourselves moving forward. We believe through developing IoT wearables, advancing through data analytics services for your clients, as well as building training modules, you'll be able to save your clients over $13,000 annually while advancing your position by inventing that very tomorrow. I'll be passing it on to Nikki to walk through our analysis.
Thank you, Daniel. MCC, you have developed a title of industry disruptor due to your first-in-kind product offerings. However, in order to maintain that title, you must be able to address your customer feedback and adapt accordingly to meet their needs. So we are here today to help you identify which of these customer problems you should prioritize at this stage and over the next 3 years in order to maintain your title as industry disruptor. So looking at the issues that your company currently faces, the first one we want to identify is your safety issues on your work sites. Currently, your workforce is constrained by labor shortages, and if an employee is unavailable for several days due to illness and injury, this places further pressure on that limited constraint. So therefore, we believe that safety on the work site is a key issue that your company must aim to address in order to decrease the pressures that are currently on the workforce of construction companies. Moving on to our second issue we identified, we believe that currently your company has IoT capabilities within SmartBrick and SmartBadge. However, we believe that these product offerings currently do not do enough to address these safety concerns. Therefore, we identified 4 alternatives for your company to expand their product offerings to further to further address employee safety in a more appropriate manner that fits their needs. Looking at our alternatives, first we have drones to survey, although this allows your company, your clients to survey the worksite to perform preventative measures for injuries and illness, we believe that drones are an underdeveloped and relatively new area of technology, so there comes significant risks to adopting this method of IoT. The second alternative that we identified is equipment monitoring through placing sensors on your machinery to ensure that it's up to date with safety standards. And although we believe that this is a very scalable option and easy to implement, we believe that this does not address the most pressing safety issues that go beyond machinery use. The third alternative that we want to identify is leveraging AI through surveillance cameras to monitor employee activity. And although we believe that this option allows you to generate very insightful data, we believe that IoT currently has very sensitive implications when it comes to employee privacy, and we believe that leveraging cameras to monitor employee activity is an unnecessary invasion of their privacy, and therefore we believe that this is currently not the best option for your company. And so this is why we decided to go with wearables as the IoT solution for your product stack. This is a very scalable option and does not have significant implications on your employees' privacy. So moving on to the second issue that we identified to do with stagnant productivity, what we currently notice within the construction industry is that many companies are unable to improve their productivity. So this signals to us that if a company is able to allocate their resources in order to drive efficiency, this will give them an edge over their competitors. And we believe that because of your company's product stack and ability to drive data-driven decisions, you will be able to give your competitors an edge, your clients an edge over their competitors if you are able to help them improve their productivity with your products. The third issue that we want to identify is employee adoption. All these new product offerings will be useless if your clients' employees are not able to adopt these technology quickly and fully realize the benefits of your product offerings. Therefore, we believe that your company must find a way to support the employees of your clients in order to speed up the adoption process of your new technology offerings. I'll now be passing it on to Daniel to discuss our recommendations.
Thank you, Nikki. So now moving on from our analysis into how we can resolve these issues, starting with our first recommendation. As Nikki outlined, we believe in the potential that IoT wearables have for your company. It's important to emphasize that for your clients in the construction industry, safety must be at the forefront of their needs and concerns. And so we plan to address this through wearables, specifically through what we want to call the safety helmet. We'll be expanding on this in a future slide. However, we want to really emphasize the benefit of wearables, as we believe we'll be able to boost your client's industrial safety, as well as improve their processes, in turn making them much more efficient. In addition, this will significantly reduce the cause of accidents, as we'll be outlining. These smart helmets will be embedded with sensors that will be able to detect when employees have been hurt, injured, or require attention at once. Finally, this will also increase the emergency response time, as your employees will now be able to respond much more quickly when they do, in fact, need to be attended to whenever that arises. And so we'd like to now introduce to you, judges, the MCC Smart Helmet that you will be able to brand and invent that very tomorrow through this solution. We believe that through this IoT-based digital helmet, you'll be able to provide your clients with core functional capabilities that serve their needs and protect their end users simultaneously. This is assessed through assessing their heart rates and body vitals to ensure that their health conditions are remaining intact and at the proper conditions at all times. There will also be an SOS panic button. This will allow you to, as I outlined, to increase the emergency response time with one simple click of a button if an injury or accident were to occur. In addition, these helmets will also be able to, through the sensors embedded within them, detect whether there are any changes in the air quality or pollution, and in turn notify the owners or any construction managers if there need to take any action with that specific event. And finally, you'll be able to improve your resource management, as through these helmets, you'll know how many employees you need to allocate to a specific division or specific day, depending on the circumstances. Ultimately, we want to emphasize the importance of where the wearable IoT industry is heading, as this industry is expected to increase to $1.2 billion by 2025. By advancing in this industry and taking the forefront, especially with your connections and capabilities that are linked to cloud and data processing, we believe you'll be able to make a name for yourself in this industry and position yourself very strongly. With our next recommendation, we took a look at how currently you offer a wide variety of services to your consumers that allow their processes to be much more automated. However, what's currently missing is where the data analysis and deriving valuable insights from that analysis comes into play. Therefore, we recommend you offer data analytics services to your consumers. They'll allow them to understand what to make out of their current data and identify valuable insights that will allow them to drive home their processes and make them much more significantly efficient. This will enable your clients to make much stronger and better decision making and establish a stronger connection with your clients so that you can keep them in the long term. In addition, your clients will be able to monitor and improve their financial performance through the recommendations that you provide them with, and you'll also be able to support owners through their key priorities. By providing them with these services and conducting the data analysis and deriving these insights for them, your clients will be able to focus on what matters most, getting the jobs done at hand within their own sites. And with our third recommendation, we noticed that you currently offer a very valuable orientation module to your consumers. However, we know that within the construction industry, the most important aspect of training comes on site. And so therefore, we recommend you to integrate a training module within your services that will allow for on-site training. This will improve your client's ability to ensure safety within their sites, also increase the technology adoption of different technological services, such as, for example, the safety helmet and your other offerings to your end consumers, as well as result in a more productive workforce once they understand the benefit of these services. We look at this in three key ways as to how you can train your end users. First, we believe in on-site training as outlined, as we believe this will increase the likelihood of the successful integration and implementation of your training that, quite frankly, does not compare to online training services. With that, we also believe that you'll be able to explain to your employees the value of these new technologies. We understand that within your industry, allowing your end users to adopt these technologies can be somewhat difficult. And so by having certified professionals come in and explain the key value buy-ins as to how this will make their lives easier, as to how it will make your clients improve their processes, we create a win-win-win scenario for all parties involved. And lastly, we also believe by adding continuous support over time, such as through an FAQ page as well as online manuals, you'll be able to extend this service far into the future and create long-lasting relationships with your clients. Now, to walk through how I'll be able to implement these recommendations, I'll be passing it on to Brendan.
Thank you, Daniel. Now that we presented our recommendations, let's see how we can bring this to life. We want to begin with our wearable technology IoT, specifically the smart helmet that we presented. And we want to begin by gathering the requirements in order to design and create such a product. Gathering requirements is very vital in this decision-making process because you want to get it right on the first try. And if your company is unable to really aggregate all the requirements necessary within such a helmet, you'd be only looking to increase cost over time. We want to follow this up by actually disarming the smart helmet specifically around the user that we're really utilizing this on the day-to-day on site. Now, what we mean by this is that we want to design them for maximum wearability compared to what they're currently wearing, as well as the weight reduction and real-time processing in order for your for employees on these sites in the construction industry to get that help immediately when they are injured. Third, we were looking towards building such a prototype, and we want to emphasize that there should be many iterations toward this helmet in order to increase the safety regulations and compliance over time when you once roll out with this product. Lastly, you want to beta test. You want to begin testing such a product in a controlled environment in order to ensure all sensors and functionalities are currently working before you go onto on-site beta testing. Now, who's involved in this entire design process are going to be one of your 4 permanent full-time employees at your company, as well as we recommend recruiting 6 software engineers in order to really embed those sensors and have it work in conjunction with your smart badge and your smart brick. And lastly, 3 product designers in order to design the actual helmet that these employees on the floor will be wearing. Now, where would you be implementing this is later explained in timeline. We would recommend you begin in Western Canada, as your company is currently based in Western Canada, and we believe that your understanding of compliance and the current local industry is going to be best in your hometown. So when we're looking at compliance considerations, when it comes to handling data, you really want to look towards all of the design and the data storing of such data collecting to really follow PPEDA, as well as work in conjunction with WorkSafe BC to ensure that the product you're creating for these employees to wear are really up to standard and compliant. Now, the key performance indicator here are that you're going to be seeing a rate of reduction over time in the lost time claims that each and every one of your clients currently would experience based on injuries. Moving on to implementation 2, we're looking towards the data analytics services. Now, we want to begin by this new process of intaking data from each and every one of your clients that really indulge in this service. And what you'll be receiving and you're going to be receiving this data that they're currently getting and collecting on site and transferring and processing using Power BI, as it is currently one of the most widely used business intelligence softwares across all industries. You want to move on to analyzing this data based on identifying trends and gaps in efficiency when it comes to construction sites. So whether that be clocking times in or out, number of breaks taken, or number of times spent on a specific task, you'll be able to track and analyze this data in order to move on to deriving insights, the true meaning and true value behind the data being collected. By deriving this, you want to really rank the trends based on their severity and the impact it may have on the company. And lastly, you want to be able to create that proposal and communicate such value to your client in order to bring actionable steps for your clients to take given this information. Now, who's involved in this process is also going to be one of your 4 permanent full-time employees, but also we would recommend you recruit 5 candidates with data analytic experience in order to make sure all that were being derived are really true insights. And you want to really be implementing this in Southern Ontario and Quebec, as you guys, your company has really expressed the desire to move into these markets, and this will really later be justified in our timeline. And lastly, we want a feedback loop to make sure that your client's feedback is really intake, and in order for this service to really increase in quality over time, your key performance indicator here is going to be the revenue that you're going to be deriving from this new service, and you'll be seeing a growth over time if feedback loop is really well utilized for your clients. Now lastly, you want to begin building a training module in order to really push this training for the employees on these sites, as currently your orientation really only primarily focuses to your current administrative work for the back-end office. So you want to begin by communicating with your client to really understand the current struggles that their employees are experiencing in order for us to really build a module surrounding this, these struggles. You want to move on to create these training modules. You're creating them based on the feedback and what you've been able to communicate with your client, and then really target their struggles with the use of technology, as the construction industry is quite lacking in innovation and adoption of technology across the board. Third, you're going to be training these employees on site primarily, and when it's on site, you really want to provide online modules in order to support that growth and reinforce them. And lastly, the reinforcement would specifically be a frequently asked questions page, as well as client-specific training based on their responses to the training modules. The key performance indicator here are really going to be the employee satisfaction rating on the training that they've received over the course of this time. So what this looks like is another one of your permanent employees are going to be really heading this new type of service, and you also want to be recruiting 5 candidates specializing in communication and training in order to really drive that training on site. Where to implement are going to be clients in all regions once this is also rolled out later explained in timeline, and your time and duration for these training sessions are really going to be 3-hour sessions per day over the course long of a week, and we believe that repetitive process in 1 week span is really going to be able to have those employees practice and really exercise their learnings on site. A key performance indicator here is also going to be employee satisfaction. Our timeline is going to be looking towards over the course of the next 3 years, as outlined by you, MCC. And the 3 points we really want to look at are going to be the 3 milestones. So for our developing IoT wearable, the smart helmet, we really want to ensure that you're able to build out a first prototype produced fully by the end of the first year, 2023. And you also want to begin rollout in the beginning of in 2025 by the end of Q1. And within the data analytics services, the milestone here is really going to be that you're going to create your first proposal by the end of 2023. And this is the data analytics services and training modules are really going to be an ongoing venture over these years. Now, financially, your company is going to be incurring approximately $2.8 million over the course of these 3 years. You've expressed that we have $5 million to work with, and we expect that $2.8 million are be able to identify. The rest of the money that has not been utilized are really going to look towards the unforeseen costs with development and training. Financials, you're going to be able to save each and every client approximately $13,000 annually based on their preventative injuries with our recommendations. However, we have to point out that the average wage is going to only be 32, and blue collar workers tend to work a lot more, so the higher the hourly wage, the more they save. Lastly, we want to look towards risk mitigation. The one we want to focus on is that employees struggle to understand the products due to the lack of technical experience, and we want to mitigate this by gathering employee feedback on every program and their efficiencies, and really adopt accordingly based on the feedback. MCC, you guys have done an amazing job being an innovative disruptor in the construction industry. In order to continue this growth over the next 3 years, you can adopt our three-prong recommendations and really realize all of these savings. Thank you, and we're opening the floor to questions.
Alright, at this time, I'll ask questions, they'll raise their hands, and I'll call upon them to answer. So 4 minutes, 30 seconds will be a no, and then there'll be no more questions from the judges, but you'll have 30 seconds for rapid your responses. We'll start with Andrew.
Their pricing, especially with their existing relationship with your company, will go over time and based on the amount paid.
I think most personal protective equipment is actually purchased by the construction workers directly, not provided by the company. Do you think that this is going to create an additional problem with labor shortages and like barrier to entry because the cost is so much higher to get into the market?
Absolutely, I'd be happy to answer that question. We really believe that the value that is presented through your ability to sell the smart helmet is presented by what you have in your existing synergies. We believe that what you have to offer in selling this, whereas your other competitors, future competitors would not have, is how it's linked to your processes in terms of offering your clients with cloud capabilities where they can store their data, as well as with our second recommendation by deriving valuable data insights, as well as conducting data analytics services. You'll be able to offer your clients a much broader and more deeper variety of services and insights based on the data collected from these smart helmets.
Have you, like, your only risk with regards to the smart helmet is around, like, the actual usage of it? Have you fully mapped out, like, what the production, sort of, actually building out a full production facility to make these smart helmets at scale and all the pieces involved building that would look like?
For sure, I'd also be happy to take this question. We do want to emphasize that what we're looking at with this question in mind is looking at the case prompt as to how we can allow you to expand over the course of the next 3 years. And so we believe in focusing primarily during those 3 years on focusing on the build-up and the testing and the delivery of what your product would look like. However, we also want to add on that moving into the long term, there will be additional considerations to take in place in terms of how this will be able to be rolled out once it is finally available for sale. It will position you, however, to be a leader in this industry with the wearables IoT industry growing even further into the future.
Follow-up to that, on the financials, you only have $150,000 in production, right? Like, how many smart helmets would I get for that?
Yeah,
Right.
so if we look at financials, the 150,000 is only specifically going towards the first year and what we've costed around. This is, and if you remember in the timeline, the first prototype is going to be produced by the end of the first year. So costs will obviously go up over time when the production ramps up. But right now we're focused on innovation and ensuring that it actually works.
Moving the new product launch outside of Western Canada, starting in Quebec and Ontario, what was the rationale behind that?
Yeah, I suppose I can also take this one. So what really prompted it is that your company has really emphasized that they want to really enter those markets in the construction, when there's also construction industry in those regions. Why we put them in our implementation on the second and third recommendation is because your company is currently not focused in those areas. Thus, things like compliance are really going to be hard to understand and really adopt to and transition towards to when you're creating things such as a smart helmet. So other advisory services, such as the data analytics, are much more easier to move into within the first 3 years.
With the recommendation number 3, you had on-site training, and that was the only one that you suggested that was spread throughout the country. Do you think that like having us fly into these locations to do on-site training and at the same time focusing on the whole country would make it spread as we can?
Yes, that's a great question. We believe that during the initial stages of introducing this training, it is important to go in person to the different sites to better understand if your feedback is if your training is effective for your employees. However, over time, we plan to implement similar to your orientation module, where it is now stored online and accessible to employees at any time. So we believe that at later stages, moving it to a module similar to your orientation model will be beneficial for your current constraints.
All right, that concludes our question and answer period. Thank you, judges, audience, and delegates. Judges, we are unmuted.
Oh,
Just now, don't worry.
you guys want, who's got money on the NFL games today?
I'm not an NFL guy, I'm an NBA guy. I can only pay attention to one sport.
Who's got money on cricket? I put money on cricket. I put money on cricket, yeah.
I don't think.
My new manager, he reasons, the air's clean, the water's clean.
Yeah.
Loves it, and, he's a cricket fan, so I'm now getting into cricket.
I like this.
Oh, cool. That's cool. Okay.
Sick. You can start letting people in now. Spectators.
This one is APR.
Correct, APR.
Interest rates.
Oh, yeah.
Being finance guy. Returns on loans and stuff.
It's been since I had to take finance classes that I've thought about those.
What's your major?
I was a marketing major, graduated like last December.
You just graduated?
Last December, so.
What are you doing now?
At a PR firm,
Just one.
Symmetry PR.
I've heard of it. Cool. Local, right?
Yeah.
So if you know any anybody looking for a marketing lead job right now, my company's hiring.
Kind of market. Price, please, all of the promoting, all of them.
Product and, well, I mean, because we market to investors and startups, like that's our market. We're basically a two-sided marketplace that we connect investors and startups and run a program.
Did you meet startups?
You know, we teach people how to be investors, right, how to be angel investors, and then provide a program in which make angel investors. And provide a way they can fund and approachable for companies as well, so they can get more constructive feedback from potential investors rather than the I like it, but not right now. So how about I think it's this conversation? And we come back there, right? When in reality it's now. Exactly. Yeah. And the company gets stuck in the chicken and egg problem. It's like, oh, I need sand. They don't know like what they can do to like get more money, so they're kind of stuck in this. Like, well, everyone says like, I need to do this, but like I'm such a huge milestone that like I need the money to get there. So then it's like I need the metric to get the money, and I need the money to get the metric. So then it's like, that's exactly what it was, right? But I'm saying that's what we're trying to solve. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's why it exists. It's like it's was trying to fill that gap, especially in early stage startup land where it's relatively easy to and then it's easy to raise five. Like you actually have to. So it's like we call the Valley of Gas. Well, I like there's a investor in Alberta that I work with. He called it Valley. Yeah, like where a company is like they raise like friends and family. They got some like grant money, right? And then they get to a certain point and then they just can't raise them anymore. Get to the next step, right? And that they can't price themselves appropriately. To raise a $5 million round, you gotta price your company at $20 million. Right? Because you don't want to do more than any given round, otherwise by the time you get to ideally the point where you're going to make $80 million. And also, the investors want to make sure that you hold. Well, I think the reason, like what you really want is you're selling some shares. You want, like, when I'm investing in, like, I just allocate to it. That's cheap. Once you do it, it's great. But like, when it's really, share price increases. Like this one, like, this is stuff like this. It's like that company, you invested in it, you know. Yeah. I don't want to lose money. I want a lot of money. I know that you must have received Silicon Valley. This really big series. You so or is he? He's an observer. I'm not asking where he's from, I'm just asking if he graduated or is in school. We'll ask that later tonight if they count. Then I can ask you all over again. Till then, I don't. Yeah. Are you repeating? I started TNT. That's my nonprofit. What else?
Yeah, sure. It's ready to go. Back. Morning, everyone, and welcome to the JDC West 2023 Business Technology presentation, sponsored by Nutrien. Before starting today, the JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan, Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges from left to right. We've got Scott Cheston, Jesse Weeb, Andrew Smith, Anna Tavares, and Johannes Lindenbaum. My name is Matthew, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper, Maroff, will hold up timing cues. He's in the back right there throughout the presentation and the question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask a question through raising their hand. I, the presentation moderator, will call upon them to ask their question. Once the question period has concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure your cell phones are turned to silent and there is no talking amongst yourselves or signaling to competitors throughout their presentation. Competitors, you are free to begin your presentation.
Your home, your workplace, and even your commute today to here has been made possible because of the hardworking hands of the construction industry. People like Sam, who have built Canada from the ground up and continue to build that. And at MCC, you enable that with your innovative and industry-leading technology. And that is why we are so excited to be here today to present you our strategy to enable and be an enabler of this growth to help users like Sam and others in the construction industry to ensure contracting and construction success. Good morning, everybody. My name is Fendi, and I'm joined by my colleagues, Jin and Anderson. And we're so excited to be here today to provide you the fast track to your future success. Our objective today is to improve the production staff for MCC with enhancements and to sustain your reputation, as well as ensure that you continue to be an industry disruptor through continuous change. As part of our analysis, we took a look at 3 things, including understanding who your key stakeholders are, how you can scale your production staff, as well as improving your resource enhancement. With our recommendation of Ready, Set, Go, we look to see an $10 million operational income by 2025. Now, you're probably wondering, why us, why today, and why now? And we'll answer that, so let's dive into our analysis. What we first wanted to understand is who your key stakeholders are. And we have identified some from both internal and external. From left to right, we see the construction ecosystem, such as the asset owners,
these subcontractors and the contractors as one of the key stakeholders with a lot of power and influence on what MCC does. As well, we see these governing entities such as the Workers' Compensation Board that are going to ensure the safety of these construction workers, as there can be a lot of industry or safety claims rather that happen through their on-site jobs. Finally, we also see the internal staff within NCC as a key driver as to how the operations is going to be ran. And what we want to note here is the key stakeholder, the construction ecosystem, as their needs and wants of having a stable and safe employment is going to ensure the success of MCC and your production and service development ecosystem. The implications, if this is not achieved, is we see this domino effect happening in the overall industry, where there's an increasing number of employee turnover and difficulty retaining these workers as they are leaving the industry and also being exacerbated by COVID. We want to dive further into this stakeholder by introducing our stakeholder, Sam, who is a experienced contractor and also liaisons within that atmosphere. He's a project manager in Regina, Saskatchewan, and some of his key motivations include being able to see project construction go forward as planned. He also has behaviors such as wanting to make sure things are as precise and accurate as possible, because this is very important in construction to ensure that you are being compliant and things are being met. His core needs include utilizing his very well-established networks to ensure that positions are filled, as this is something we have identified to be very useful in the construction industry, is word of mouth and finding your positions. As well, he wants to find the best candidates to ensure that he builds that rapport moving forward. However, we've identified a few pain points, including that difficulty hiring the suitable candidates because of people leaving the industry and having a hard time retaining. As well, he's spending more time than necessary actually on site and taking care of these less experienced workers to ensure that they are getting the precise and accurate results that he needs in construction. As such, our key takeaway is that employee retention as well needs to be prioritized in order to decrease the effects of turnover and in this very vulnerable industry in order to sustain the business operations and future growth. And now I'd like to pass it over to Jin, who will go through our second analysis point.
Thank you, Fendi. So if we take a look at how the business exactly makes money, there's two jurisdictions, whether it be hardware and software. Currently, we use data collection software such as SmartBridge and SmartGap, where we collect invaluable data using IoT devices. Furthermore, we have a smart brick to bridge the gap between hardware and software. There's lots of opportunities that we currently see, whether it be the certification manager, where we can update and upscale this actual software itself. Furthermore, there's Project Pro, which is our current project management software service that we provide for our clients. There's lots of opportunities that we've identified that we'll go on a further slide to where we can potentially improve. However, for this section itself, we'd like to reiterate that the orientation part, where we provide safety training for the actual employees themselves, is the most important pain point that we want to specify on, as safety is a huge issue as claims are rising, as Fendi previously mentioned, and this is something we need to desperately focus on. As such, the key takeaway for this section is that to expand within the Canadian construction industry as well as other countries, MCC must scale their product and focus in on these services and how to improve them and address customer pain points. Now I'd like to introduce Anderson to go over our last analysis point.
Thank you, Jen. So going over to the next analysis, what does the current construction process look like? How do project managers interact with contractors to get something built out? Well, looking at this four-step process from design, procure, as well as contract and build, we can see that number one, not only is that the design and contract phase, design and procuring phase a lot longer, another reason is that the procurement and the contract parts has a lot of pain points in this area. What do I mean? Number one, with the labor shortages, it's getting increasingly difficult, as Fendi said. It's really difficult to get the labor that you need. And finally, because of this, there's going to be a huge emphasis on labor management. With rising costs, this has never been more important. With labor management, we're looking at different aspects. Here, we need an adequate tool to manage our scheduling, different contractors, so that they can perform the tasks that they need on the projects most effectively and efficiently, and also meeting up to the standards that Jen has previously mentioned earlier. Next is in this page, we already have Project Pro, but there's an area an opportunity to make it a little bit better because on the currently side, there needs to be a better tool to ensure that cost is not overrun. Next, the key takeaway here is that the construction industry is an opportunity for industry-leading tool for management because currently there is no one standard as it is still a low-tech industry looking for disruption. And here we can see that they're in the area to become that one-on-one tool. Next, I'll pass it over to Fendi to go over the recommendation.
Thank you. So now that we've gone over our analysis points of understanding the stakeholder, as well as looking at how you can scale your production stack rather, and finally addressing Anderson's point on that human resource resource management aspect, we're so excited to introduce to you our recommendation of Ready, Set, Go. So are you ready? Get set, let's go. Our first recommendation is the Ready, which is an app that we've named Brick by Brick. And what this will do is connect different contractors to companies that are currently having and experiencing this labor shortage. So what we want to do is be that bridge for Sam when he's struggling to find the perfect candidate in order for him to speed up his process and move his timelines along for his different construction projects. What key features we see here is that there are personalized job recommendations for different candidates that will be able to use data to help to flow the things, and we'll break down what kind of data we'll be collecting as well. Further, we're going to use a matching algorithm for different job postings to make sure that the candidates are going to be finding the jobs that apply to them, and we're going to be doing so through an AI algorithm to make sure that we're leveraging the best skills for the workers and making sure that Sam finds them. Finally, we want this to be a platform where they can build new creations beyond just that very manual calling process and word of mouth to ensure that opportunities are being equitable throughout the entire process instead of just relying on the connections to get your jobs. So diving further into this, what is the pricing strategy going to look like for this app? We want to start with a free download through the major app store services and focus on both B2C and B2B. B2C would be for the contractors and the different users that are looking for jobs, while B2B are those construction companies looking to hire. And we can expand this onto other niches in construction that perhaps want to target users such as for workwear or for hard helmets, so on and so forth. So for B2C, some of the key services that we'll have is in-app ads, and this will be used to help sustain the app development, as well as a profile creation to ensure that you are getting your networking opportunities out there to find jobs, and that job creation to make sure that you are going to be paid for your time, obviously. And finally, personalized recommendations, and this toolbox matching that will happen through a toggle that you probably saw on the last slide. What this will do is enhance that AI algorithm to ensure that your recommendations are becoming even more personalized, almost like a nitro boost for that effect. For the B2B, what we want to see is for all of the construction companies to have access to a grander pool of candidates and the opportunity for us to potentially sell the data so that they can target their consumers even better and then help with those synergies in product and service development. Finally, for us, we do want to see a give and take in terms of the benefits of the relationship. So we want to enact a 4% contract value for every hired candidate that uses the application. And that will be the only freemium sort of pricing model that we have. And the reason that we want to do this is because we have seen it be successful in similar industries, such as project management. Project management is very similar to how construction and contracting works, such that these timelines are very limited and it's not ongoing. So we see Talent Marketplace, which is a Canadian project management company, use this similar process to be an intermediary. And they have been able to see this personalized candidate matching for companies and as well as candidates to ensure that they are being maximized and finding those opportunities. So in terms of how this app is actually going to get to the consumer, we want to do three things. Really leverage that word of mouth channel because this is something that is very innate to the construction industry, as well as use this emerging digital platform because we want to target the younger market, those that are entering into the job market and really wanting to find a specialized trade and craft to help balance out those exiting and retiring from the industry. We also want to use physical materials. This can be done by putting them into different perhaps partners, or if we can solicit companies such as in stores that sell construction outfits just to get the word out there. But we definitely want to maximize the word of mouth and leverage the current channels that we have and the rapport that we've built with our current clients. And as well, we want to highlight two main things in the go-to-market strategy for our brick-to-brick app. The first one is the use, which is how we're going to make sure that users are going to be adopted and continuously use the app. The first one is we want to have in-app reels, so really short clips to ensure that they know the features that are happening and have little tips and tricks on how they can maximize their exposure. As well, we want to have FAQs and feedback to ensure that we're continuously developing this app and closing that feedback loop to ensure that we have more opportunities to expand in the future. As well, from the gamify side, we want to ensure that users are incentivized to use the app through points and badges, such that they can be reviewed or favorited by frequent contractors. And also, we can influence the search optimization. For an example, if someone has very high ratings, they can be pushed up a bit in terms of when a search happens. And finally, in terms of the data collection that I mentioned before, we want to have 3 tiers of data that can be used to potentially be revenue generating, or in terms of data and analysis and insight-driven decisions. The first one is the tier 1 information, which is basic customer info, followed by tier 2, which we identified as preference and profiles, and tier 3, which is the very confidential and sensitive data that we want to ensure is protected. And with that, I'll pass it over to Anderson to go through our second recommendation.
People are arguably the most important aspect of a business, especially when it comes to construction. Now that we've understood the strategic direction for the company, what can we do with our current services? Where we really double down is the current services of orientation, our software services. What we want to do is develop a gamification, training, communication plan and rehaul the current service. What we plan to do in our first step is to establish awareness and desire amongst the current clients that we have through email notifications and actually going on site, as this is the most important part for a construction company. The in-person cadence, the interaction, having those workshops, and really instilling that desire and awareness of the current benefits that we can provide for them. Going into our next section, we want to rehaul through a web-based training module training plan and installing gamification concepts for those companies, for their employees themselves, whether it be through online video conference training or through modular click-through training where they're going on the app itself. Through this, we want to install engagement, as we understand that a lot of employees just click through the training modules just to get through it for the sake of it. However, instilling these gamification concepts, we're able to instill engagement from the employees themselves. And then how do we sustain this change itself? What we plan to do is to encourage the actual longevity of the change management plan. We want to develop a leaderboard for these companies themselves, so the internal employees can see how they perform against their fellow employees, and to ensure competition and instill that desire. We give the company the option to determine whether they want to do recognition through monthly recognition or certain incentivization such as gift cards. Now I'd like to introduce Anderson to go over our last recommendation point.
Thank you, Jim. So now that we talked about how we can improve the safety of our labor, what's the next step? Well, the next step is, let's expand Project Pro to Project Pro Plus. So what is Project Pro Plus? Well, this is going to become an all-in-one platform for scheduling for contractors in the construction industry. As I mentioned earlier, there is a gap to have this all-in-one project management tool for this for construction. Well, we want to have the vision of having this as the industry standard. And what we're going to be doing here is that having this resource management tool can provide an all-in-one platform, but not only, it can also become a way to innovate and continue to innovate, as what you have already done with the variety of product strategies that you currently have. What are the kind of features? Well, number one is a multi-project management tool. We can have now one with contractors as well as companies and a project management tool. They can go and look at the scheduling of all the contractors as well as different companies and understanding what the timelines are, having it more easy all in one place to understand what the timelines look like. Another thing here is that with this contract, or with this Project Pro, we can have tasks and goals and objectives, and this makes it a lot more clear and easier and much more visible for those who are actually constructing the project on the floor, on the working floor, to understand on a daily basis different updates, what's the plan, and what kind of changes that can be made on the spot. And here, with this, another key area is document management. A lot of construction industry reasons that it could be for low tech is because a lot of the blueprints could either handmade or could be visualized purely. Well, we want to expand the project flow so that this can all encompass in this one platform, and whenever there's changes being made, it can be tracked accurately. The last thing we want is to have an inaccurate blueprint and build something that's wrong, and that results in even further costs for redevelopment. Finally, this will result in the labor optimization, as there's going to be less rework, there's going to be more efficiency found from our current existing labor, and it's going to optimize by 3 hours per employee. Next, now that we know what we want to do, how can we get to where you want to be in the most efficient way possible? Well, let's look at our timeline. Well, we're going to have 2 quarters for hiring, and this is going to be encompassing hiring and training with the functional requirements, understanding what the use cases are, ensuring that we know exactly what the contractors and the companies want from the app. Next, within the technical requirements, we're going to understand how it's going to map and route towards our existing software and infrastructure. Finally, our training and testing will come within the next year, and the milestone here is a minimum viable product created by 2024, Q1. Lastly, our KPI is a 15% of labor optimization by 2025. So who are we hiring? Well, for our app development team, we are doing a lot. We are, one, having an upgrade to our existing software, as well as creating a different app. We're going to be hiring 2 full-stack engineers to help facilitate this process, as well as having a change manager, as well as a data scientist. These 3 criteria is that experience on the cloud, as well as software as experience, and finally, having confidence in working in the startup culture, as well as those who are passionate about the construction industry. Next, I'll just pass it over to Jin to talk about the financials.
The million-dollar question of why we are here today is how much does this cost? We've allocated our $5 million budgets in a cost to achieve and a cost to run. $3 million in terms of how much it's going to cost to achieve, and $660,000 ongoing costs for the next 3 years. We've allocated these fees accordingly, and we've determined that there will be a cumulative cost of $5 million. In terms of our risks that we've identified that there could be potential client adoption risks, as it's hard to get people on board with these new changes, and we all understand that. What we recommend as a mitigation plan to offer incentivization to help with platforms and to use trials to get people on board to actually use the app, to see the benefits and how they can visualize them. The other risk we identified is the AI model can potentially be inaccurate. The risk mitigation we identified is to implement human thresholds to improve accuracy. Overall, with our recommendations of Ready, Set, Go, we've identified that there will be a $10 million operating income by 2025, and you'll be able to direct your company to a better future and help consumers like Sam. Thank you so much for listening.
If you have this like big marketplace of employees, and you're going to rank them and compare those construction workers to other companies, like how can I convince my customers that it's not going to end up in this it's not going to increase additional kind of labor turnover where this employee just gets poached over and over and over again, and labor costs go up and up. Have you thought about the effects of marketplace?
Yes, so this was one of our key considerations. However, what we realized is similar to project management, construction also sees this a lot. And so there's a lot of variability that happens in the market. And we see this platform similar to our use case of Talent Marketplace to help be that middleman to ensure that there is a balance throughout. And we can use the data collected, such as the pricing and such, to ensure that the market is favorable.
To ask selling the data, what data do you plan to sell? You have 3 tiers of it. And what are the impacts that might be to your client relationships?
So in terms of the data that we want to sell, obviously tier 1 data is very personal information that we don't want other companies understanding. However, with data collection, one of the main revenues that can be generated is through the selling of it. What we want to sell is potential information that could be used for analytics platforms that other companies may potentially want, such as Statista. This can be demographic information about the users themselves, about what they want, what certifications that they're currently popular, what the trends are in that market itself.
In your KPIs, you have 15% of labor reduction costs. You are going to be charging contractors more to find labor. So is there anything else that you would measure, or how would they find this labor reduction cost if you're charging them more?
Yes, so for the labor reduction cost, this is going to be looking at the time saved from making sure that we have the adequate employees for the job. So for example, let's say we have a lot of different labors, but it's difficult to kind of manage and track them all at the same time. Having a online tool to make sure that we can see the progress, see how long they've done certain tasks, we can use that data and use real-time analytics to ensure that not only we can in the future recommend different types of contractors based on different roles, it can also reduce the time it needs, because a lot of project management is estimation, and we want to reduce that estimation to be as accurate as possible, and there we'll be seeing the labor.
Sam, as for your presentation, now, would Sam be inclined to go through a talent acquisition marketplace path that's heavily digital? Would Sam do that? Because goes into more of that sort of closer to reaching that return wage segment. So it is.
Yes, we understand what you mean by that. So Sam is someone who will rely more on that word of mouth to make sure that his contracts and construction needs are filled. What we see with this app is not only targeting them, but also targeting that new talent coming in as well. For someone like Sam, who ideally would have used MCCP current services and products, we can help to be that bridge to offer him different benefits for him to try the app and make sure that he's getting the freshest talent to make sure that his business is going to be long and existing in the long run.
Big part of getting at though is would be targeting maybe doing the process, right? How that money.
Absolutely. So in terms of the marketing, we've allocated the salaries already that who we're hiring in the salary section, but in terms of marketing itself, what we want to do is find the channels that we want to target our customers, whether it be word of mouth or having demos or workshops and sending employees on site to actually show how the application would work. Also, we want to do some digital marketing, as we understand that the youth millennial are more attracted to digital advertising. This is where we want to actually host platforms and host these venues for these to target these youth millennials to actually see those postings and actually use the app itself.
All right, that concludes our question and answer period. Thank you, judges, audience, and delegates. We're now free to leave the right side.
Thank you, judges, for your attention.
We appreciate your time.
I hope you have a good rest of your day.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Greetings, and welcome to the JDC West 2023 Business Technology Case presentation, sponsored by Nutrient. Before starting today, at the JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan, Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respects to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. I'll now thank our judges from left to right. We've got Scott Cheston, Jesse Wiebe, Andrew Smith, Anna Tarveras, and Johannes Lindenbaum. Thank you. My name is Matthew, and I'll be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper, Maroff, will hold up a timing cue. He's right in the back right there throughout the presentation and during the question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask a question through raising their hand, and I, the presentation moderator, will call upon them to ask their question. Once the question period has concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No comments or questions will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure your cell phones are turned to silent and there's no talking amongst yourselves or signaling to the competitors during their presentation. Competitors, you are now free to begin your presentation.
Good afternoon. COVID-19 has changed all of our lives in a very drastic way, as I'm sure you're all know that. Right now, we are very reliant on technology, and this is a very different change from 2019 when COVID-19 first started. I have recently just done some renovations on my house. This was a very lengthy process. It took a lot of time and a lot of money. And this is partially because of COVID-19. It changed all industries, especially the construction industry. Many of the older population retired young, and the newer population, we don't have enough people to take over these jobs. This really affected my experience with renovating my house, as it made it difficult and very lengthy, and that is where MCC, my construction compliance, comes in. My name is Hannah. These are my colleagues Pasvita and Mohammed, and we are HMP Consulting. And we are here to talk to you, the Board of Directors of MCC, on how we are going to address this main issue and improve these repercussions of COVID. And I'm going to first start off with just a brief overview of what we're going to be doing today. I'm going to just introduce what is our key problem. We're going to jump into an analysis, go over your industry, your company, and the main issues with that. Then we're going to go into 2 alternatives today, and then into a recommendation, and I'll take you through an implementation phase, and how are we going to all work out the kinks of this problem. So to start with, I'm just going to do a brief overview on the construction industry. So this is one of the world's oldest industries. It makes up of 7% of the world's working population. This is a very large amount in the grand scheme of things. It is also a very large sector, and $10 trillion is spent every single year on construction goods and services. Now I'm just going to go into your company overview. So MCC has been in business for 5 years. It has expanded quite rapidly. It has got a lot of traction. It offers reductions in admin costs, after job sites, and data insights. And MCC wants to expand to better understand these industry problems. So some of the key issues we're facing right now is safety concerns. We are working with labor shortages, as I mentioned before. And these are some key problems that we want to help you guys address in the future. And with that, I come to our main issue. How can MCC solve these key industry issues through innovation to become the leading title of industry leader? And that is what we are going to be talking about today. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Mohammed to go over our analysis.
Thank you, Hannah. So I'm just going to take a little deep dive into also just the company and the industry. So doing this, we're going to use a PPT strategy, where we will use people, process, and also IT as well. And from here, we'll just deem which aspect is most important for the problem at hand currently. So we chose that people here will actually be the main concern and what we will be addressing during this presentation. And why are we saying this? Because to become an industry leader, you need people in your platforms and to support you. And as such, to do this, you'll need to work with the main key people that you work with, like the contractors and the subcontractors, and ensure that they want to join you and also help you grow further. So to go into the people, we'll be talking about the industry problems, of course, the labor shortages, where there's, of course, early retirement happening. Of course, as COVID-19 has obviously even further radicalized that. And this is due to the benefits and incentives that aren't being offered to these people, mainly the subcontractors. And as such, this has led to them retiring early and just not wanting to do this. And as such, from the benefits and incentives, there's just not enough safety being involved as well, especially in the construction industry where accidents are quite commonplace and many people have to get sick time due to injuries, usually up to an average of 10 days. And of course, due to this dangerous industry, there is, of course, lost time. And as such, this company has a very high average in lost time claims. And it's also the third highest in terms of industries. And that is definitely not a podium position that this industry would want. And moving on, also just in terms of low productivity, due to the labor shortages, the qualifications of the subcontractors obviously had to decrease due to desperate times. And as such, less qualified people are being hired into contracts. And as such, this leads to also just less safety in general as well. And also productivity decreases as well in this case. And also just in terms of for technology adaptation, the one main aspect that can be done is due to technology, we can further just increase the collaboration between the clients and subcontractors, of course with cross-check and making sure they're qualified, and also just easing the process of finding qualified subcontractors for the clients of the general contractors. So for the alternatives, we have selected 3 selection criteria, and this is to deem whether those alternatives are worth taking or not as a recommendation. So the 3 ones are labor, safety, and productivity. For labor, what we'll see is whether or not the alternative will help improve the labor shortage by decreasing it and just allowing for more subcontractors to join and while also being more qualified. And as such, for safety, it's of course, since safety is quite crucial, which will also even in an indirect way impact labor. And from there, we'll see like if this alternative will provide safety in the workplace as well during those contracting projects, and also just productivity as well, because obviously due to the unproductiveness of the current industry being quite low, we'll be looking at how it will improve through these alternatives. So for the alternative one, it will be a recruiting marketplace, which will be acting as basically a freelancing platform. And from here, basically, we'll be background checking all the subcontractors that come on here to provide their qualifications and also just what kind of jobs they're looking for. And as such, these will also be requiring some safety certifications, of course, as well as just some ways to just improve people for the chances of the subcontractors coming on
to just increase their chances of being chosen as well if they do meet the requirements, is of course through just employee profile boosts by paying to just be showing at the top side of the pages when general contractors come and join, and also looking for subcontractors to hire into their projects, and also just a rating system where the general contractors can rate how the overall experience was of those subcontractors in the work process, and also just the quality of their work. And from there, we can see that the labor here, we'll be using a red to green scale, where red is where it least fits the criteria and green is where it most fits the criteria. And here for labor, it's in between, as it still does not provide enough incentives for for people to not retire, and also just for subcontractors, general contractors to join. And also just for growth, it'll of course be green, as those people will be joining, and for the company, this will be good, as we will become a leading freelance company, and for the platform in our suite of services. And also for productivity, it would be yellow, since it would be in between, since the process is still not perfect, and of course, there will still be some more, like training will not be there to ensure these people can be the most productive they can be. So moving on to the second alternative is to become a contractor agency through in the suite of services. And by here, we would become the leading connector between the general contractors and the subcontractors. And here, we would be also allowing for the subcontractors to join through a selective process of looking through their requirements, making sure they're qualified, but also providing them benefits to join onto the platform by us protecting them. And we will be doing that by tiering the prices for general contractors who are looking for subcontractors to join onto the service, and as they will be paying a fee to basically to provide a benefit bonus, to say, as to basically providing rights to just contract workers. And as such, this will just create an access to high skilled and experienced labor, and we'll also be ensuring that we'll be also providing training to those the subcontractors joining, to ensure they can be the most highly qualified individuals available for the general contractors. And for just the tiered pricing for customers, we can just, if general contractors hire more than just one employee from our platform, they can also just decrease the overall service fee that they have to pay as well, which will be later gone more into detail later. And for this, for labor, it'd be in between, since benefits will be provided so they can be protected, and also training, but it would still have some problems as such, since there is still concerns about safety in the workplace as well. But for safety, it would be green, because they would be trained, they would already be qualified, but we would train them more to become the most professional candidates in the field as well, so less mistakes in the workplace can happen. And for productivity, it would be green, since we would be training them to become more productive and just ensure they can do their jobs properly for the general contractors. Now, I'll pass it on to Puspita to talk about the recommendation and how to implement it.
Thank you, Mohammed. So going forward, MCC, as of right now, it's already a leading industry disruptor. They have already been in this industry for 5 years, and the product suite that you're offering right now, it's already have several features, hardware and software solutions. But going with our recommendation, which is, again, I would like to go back to alternative 2, become a contractor agency. By going with this option, you would be able to become a pioneer in the leading construction industry, because as for No Construction app, actually provides those benefits to the subcontractors who come into the platform. And one of the reasons a lot of people do not want, there is a labor shortage, of course, and people are retiring from this construction industry because there is no job security and there's no health benefits provided. And that's what we are trying to integrate through our platform. As mentioned before, that there would be tiered pricing for the general contractors who buy MCC, who purchase MCC, So depending on depending on how many employees or subcontractors they're hiring through our platform, they would be able to reduce their service fee and achieve additional discounts going forward. And MCC will this way definitely alleviate the labor shortage that the construction industry is currently experiencing, because it will be acting as a hub. It already does, but by utilizing our additional features or developing the additional features that we're recommending, you would be able to be the hub that's connecting the contractors with the employees and kind of thus alleviating the labor shortage issue. Also, it will ensure higher safety standards because we would be providing designated training modules through our platform. So for example, a general contractor is coming to our platform trying to purchase the product, they would be able to integrate their training modules in the platform, so they're able to train those subcontractors that work for them and through our app as well. And for implementation, since we are trying to develop these features into the already existing product suite of MCC, there would be definitely, we would spend some time going into the planning phase of the implementation, which we are assuming will take approximately 1 year. In this planning phase, we will brainstorm how we are going to implement, or you will implement the feature idea, like how to make MCC more innovative. For example, how would you integrate the training modules in the platform, or also how would you integrate the tier pricing in the platform? And also plan resources allocation. As far as we are currently given $5 million funding with access to 4 full-time employees. So how would you, going forward, how would you kind of allocate those resources? So this is the phase where you will plan whether you are hiring more human capital, whether it's a product development manager, or going forward software developers to develop those features into the MCC going forward. And for phase 2 would be idea prototyping from month 12 to 24. So here we would develop a prototype of our features, like training modules, integration, and tiered pricing implementation. Also, we will incorporate user feedback. So we will see which general constructors are using MCC most, and you can utilize them as the trusted testers. So you can release the product on a trial basis and incorporate their feedback to improve the product further going forward. Also, market testing would be, again, it would be related to the user feedback as well to see how we are doing in terms of market testing when the product would be released in the market. And from 2 years onwards, 24 months onwards, again, commercializing would require a trial basis as we commented earlier. Also, we have to incorporate user feedback here and also monitor KPIs, how many people are actually adopting. As mentioned before, one of the reasons MCC want to expand because they are experiencing labor shortages right now, and their expansion plans will be impacted by the labor shortages going forward. To ensure that we have highly experienced and trained professionals on our platform, you need to integrate those features going forward and also improve on the KPIs. And the future, as mentioned, the general contractors who sign or purchase MCC, they would be able to sign up for referral programs. So that will kind of reduce further their subscription fee or purchase price. If they refer other contractors, hey, this is a great app for managing construction projects. Going forward, they would be able to utilize that referral bonus as well. Also, additional features for Project Pro. Project Pro is already a part of MCC right now, but it does not include the 3D modeling, and also it does not include the options of uploading photos or videos of the construction site. So those are something that MCC should take into consideration going forward. Also partner up with leading insurance providers. So right now we are going to charge the general contractors to going forward to provide those health benefit allowance to the employees, but in future there might be possibilities where the general contractors, or through the app, they would be able to partner up with the leading insurance providers. And financials, right now we, as mentioned before, 1 product manager, 3 software developers would cost approximately $500,000. Marketing includes $300,000, training $500,000, and the rest of the funds we will allocate for future development. also go through risk side mitigation. Given that how this feature would be implemented, it does come with risks. Risk would be subcontractors don't want to join, and the likelihood of this would be in the medium. Impact would be really high. Otherwise, the lack of labor shortage, the problem is not really solved, and the probability hence would be in yellow zone. But the mitigation would be increasing marketing strategies through email campaigns, or have hold conferences, or kind of have send people more promotional messages. Also, general contractors don't want to pay bonus fee. That's possible. They don't want to sign up for the health benefit allowance. But again, we will implement referral program. As mentioned before, likelihood of this is low, but impact is really high. I will transfer it to Hannah so she can close the presentation.
Thank you. I just want to thank both my colleagues for this plan, and I just want to thank you for all taking the time and attention to listen to this. And we really believe that this is the best recommendation based on the current state of your company. And I'd like to open it up to any questions you might have.
We'll now begin our 5-minute question period. The judges will raise their hands and I will call on them. And then at 4 minutes, 30 seconds, it'll be a nod, at which time no more questions to the judges, but you'll have 30 seconds to wrap up your response. And
In phase 3 of your plan, you outlined KPIs you're looking at for worse, and other you're looking at in your other businesses to measure your success in each of those phases. One of the 12.
At this point, we are looking at product adoption rate, depending on how many customers are actually adopting this product. But going forward, we can also measure that in terms of the contractors or subcontractors, how many users are actually signing up on the platform, given that we are trying to act as a hub for contractors and the employees and subcontractors. The user sign up would be another KPIs going forward that we will monitor.
How much of my total budget are you using? The 5 million? Really recurring, is that upfront?
Yes. So right now, as mentioned in the presentation before, 90,000 is going towards the hiring a project manager or a product development manager. And then we are allocating another 360,000 for 3 software developers, assuming that would be $120,000 salary per year. So that amount, if you continue that for 3 years, that amount approximately becomes 1.5 million. And then rest we have for training and marketing. And again, we would still have funds left. That would be for future development, as some features we would still like to improve for MCC.
The recommendation is a decent pivot to being more of a service agency. What are your concerns around the risks of moving from primarily software focus to managing more HR focus? What risks do you see within MCC being able to handle that kind of shift?
Of course. So there's obviously going to be some risk. There always is with change. And I think that we don't necessarily have the personnel that we would need for this shift over, but that is where we are planning to look into hiring and training costs and make sure that we have the right personnel to operate this.
On your implementation plan, you have as a baseline, for the first 12 months, you would need an idea development stage. Do you foresee any risks with that, like the market changing, or not actually putting anything in the market or shipping something over the first year of this project?
This is quite a major change, of course, and this, in terms of just in the future, the risks will be worth the costs. As such, as we mentioned, people in companies, when for the platforms, it will be quite important to have, and as such, of course, in terms of just the shortages happening and people retiring, that'll continue to go on, and just working on that in alone will help the company grow further on.
So How would the people part, labor shortages, benefits, safety, low productivity, effect, adoptions, and adaptation, which one of those five is the most important?
At this point, we think it's a labor shortage and safety at the same time. The labor shortage means that, well, pick one, labor shortage. Yes, labor shortage, because the experienced professionals are retiring and the industry needs new talent. And for that, you need to have higher safety rating and standard maintained as well. So that's why labor shortage, we think it's the most important.
because I was like, Ross is it's honest and changing diapers. You had to wake up early for diaper changes.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
He was up all night.
Quick 10 minutes. Is this your first? Just shy of 4 months.
February. Yeah, it's gonna be.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the JDC West 2023 Business Technology presentation, sponsored by Nutrien. Before starting today, the JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan, Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship to one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges. From left to right, we've got Scott Cheston, Jesse Weeb, Andrew Smith, Anna Terveas, and Johannes Lindenbaum. My name is Matthew, and I will be the academic moderator for today's presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper, Amisha, in the back right-hand corner there, will hold up timing cues throughout the presentation and the question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask a question through raising their hand, and I, the presentation moderator, will call upon them to ask their question. Once the question period is concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned to silent and there's no talking amongst yourselves or signaling to the competitors throughout their presentation. Competitors, you are now free to begin your presentation.
Being visionaries, that is what construction is all about. Construction is a complex area. Building something from the ground up takes a lot of time, and technologies such as augmented reality are supporting this process. Your company has been doing this for years by creating products that have been revolutionizing this industry. We are CAP Consulting. This is Alex, I'm Preet, and this is Cindy, and we are here to explain how you can continue to grow your current product line.
Thanks, Preet. Going over our executive summary, the challenge that we identified is how can my construction compliance improve its turnovers in the construction industry through digital innovation while keeping costs under budget. And the 3 key objectives that we identified for you today is firstly, you want to lower your costs
Secondly, you want to improve safety and productivity of the contractors. Thirdly, you want to utilize digital innovation. And with that, we came up with our solution, RAT, Reward, Analytics, and Training, where you will be able to develop a reward program as well as using analytics and AR training modules, where you will realize an MPV of 9.4 million as well as a 50% ROI by the end of 2025 while improving productivity. For our company analysis, we know that you as a company is innovative and creative, and you have technology proven to lower the incident rates while ensuring 100% of workers have up-to-date training. And lastly, your software is easy to use. Some areas of advancement that we identified for you is you can potentially grow in size and serve more customers. You can also increase revenue through economics of skills, as well as implement the 4 key technology, including big data. As for the industry analysis, the opportunities that we identified for you today is the construction industry is one of the world's largest economic sectors, and there's increasing in trend in innovation as well as efficiency, and there's a need for product enhancement technology due to the increase in labor and manufacturing costs. Moving on to threats, the labor productivity growth is still low due to injuries and fatalities, as well as there's a poor project management, and there's an increased trends in the material costs. As for our stakeholder analysis, there are 3 main stakeholders that we identified for your company. Firstly is the construction companies that you are working with. They want to increase their workers' productivity as well as increase the turnover rates. As for contractors, they want satisfaction and they want to ensure their own safety. As for the CEO of your company, you want to continue being the industry disruptors as well as remaining profitable. We believe construction company is your most important stakeholders because they're your major customers that's going to be using your technology. Just a reiteration of our problem statement, how can my construction compliance improve turnover rates in the construction industry through digital innovation while keeping costs under budget? As for our decision criteria, the first is on cost, because we understand that you have a $5 million budget, and secondly is employee health and productivity, and thirdly is digital innovation. Now I'll pass it off to Preet to talk about our alternatives and why our solution is the best.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Cindy. The first alternative that we have to present is what we recommend as a solution, RAT. R stands for creating a rewards program, A, introducing analytics and expanding this within the product, and T, creating augmented reality training modules. Number 1, we think a great place to start is to create a rewards-based software program where you can allow different construction companies to create a base where employees can log in and get rewards from essentially going about their construction roles and making sure that they complete their compliance. An example of this is a construction worker that can go in and make sure that they report any safety hazards or complete their training modules. Based on this, they would get rewards, and these would translate into tangible rewards afterwards as well. In terms of analytics, you can grow your current analytic dashboarding and incorporate this with the rewards. Your managers can then use this analytics feature and grow their own insights within the business. In terms of augmented reality, this is the most exciting part that we are excited to introduce for our solution. You can use augmented reality to increase the training modules that are available to construction workers. Currently, workers are using basic software programs where they go onto their laptop and look at how different modeling is processed. What if you could actually put on a headset and go into the field and see how this comes to play? This is what we recommend. In terms of the advantages, this is a low-cost investment at the start. It'll grow from phase 1 with the rewards program, which is easier to implement. It'll go into phase 2 then with the augmented reality component. For the other alternatives, another option is to create a construction visualization software. We agree that this sounds exciting. If many of you here watch HGTV, you know that when you go in and see how a renovation takes place, you'll be able to visualize how that happens. While this is a great innovation, however, it's not cost effective within your current $5 million budget, and so this is why we believe this is not a great alternative with your current proposition. The third alternative is to expand your hiring software. For this, you can go about continuing your existing project of creating a LinkedIn for construction workers. You've already started this project, but we're looking to bring it back since it was on the back burner previously. You could continue this and create a platform where construction workers can log in and upload their documents and allow companies to reach out to them. This would align with your original strategy and be a low-cost investment since you can grow your existing software expertise. However, it's not helping you revolutionize in the industry. We know that this is a priority for you, and we want you to grow beyond, so we don't think this is a great option. Going into our matrix itself, again, to reiterate, we believe our solution is the best because number one, cost is feasible and we'll show that in our implementation itself. Number two, employee health and productivity is satisfied as well. With the training modules, their health and safety is addressed because they'll be trained more effectively. With the rewards program, they'll be more engaged and that'll help with the labor shortage issue currently in the market. And then again, digital innovation, we'll walk through how augmented reality can support you in growing your product line. Now going into the solution, how this works. Number one, phase one, the rewards program itself. We recommend using your existing smart badge and your IoT system to track employee certifications and look at how compliance works on that side. You can go about rewarding this based on how they go about completing their requirements based on the role. You can use near-field communication technology, NFC, to monitor their activity. This is already in place within your existing product, so it's not an expansive development. Number two, you can create reports that can be used by different managers to see how employees are doing, and this can allow them to create insights further on as well. And then again, you can link your reward points to local businesses. This is a key component within our current state analysis, and we'll be discussing this shortly. You can connect with local businesses and integrate them into the reward platform itself. For example, if Subway is a prime partner within your area, you can partner with them to create coupons and gift cards for those employees based on how many rewards they get. Now, another component of phase one is the actual analytics part. Big data is a key field within technology, and we believe you can utilize this to grow this current product. You can incorporate automatic trend analysis into the rewards platform so that managers don't have to look through which employees are doing the best and spend their time into analyzing those key details. We can introduce automated analysis into this area. By essentially creating automatic analysis in this area and creating a dashboard, we can introduce gamification to increase productivity for your construction workers. We can also add notifications in terms of what managers are looking to look at. So, for example, if a manager is really invested in how current safety metrics are going, they can add different flags on that within the rewards app and see which employees are actively involved in this and have been supporting any safety initiatives. Now, the third part of our solution is the actual phase two part. We recommend using augmented reality and to create training modules based on that as well. You can use different engines such as Unity to create training modules that employees can use to get trained on specific areas. This involves collaborating with compliance experts to make sure that your training modules are accurate. We recognize that a big gap within this area is actually knowing what type of training to create, and so we believe this is a key component to look at how you can collaborate with industry experts. After you create these modules, you can sell them on a subscription basis and make sure that they're compatible on different AR devices. Prime examples include the Microsoft HoloLens 2 and Oculus. Now going into how the rewards program will work at a quick summary. Number one, if you're on a rewards app, you'll be creating an employee profile. If I'm a construction worker, I'll create a profile, I'll upload my different certifications, my role, and my area. As I go about completing different certifications, creating different incident reports, and essentially being an incredible employee, you'll collect your rewards and work towards learning, growing at the top of the leadership board for the analytics themselves. After this, it will transfer into actual tangible rewards for your workers, as I mentioned with the Subway example. Now going to the actual augmented reality component. This is the most exciting part, and we believe you need to grow into this since a key component of R&D is required and a bit of time as well.
We want this to loop into your existing orientation software that already exists. For your current orientation software, it provides a place where different employers for construction companies can go about creating software modules, and employees can log in and complete those, and that'll be saved. If you just use the HoloLens and augmented reality modules, this can be provided into the same dashboard. It's just a different mode of transporting the training itself. For the subscription and the pricing, we've placed it at $2,500 per year, and we'll explain this further in the financials as well. Overall, we think this will be disruptive in the industry because you're using a booming technology to grow in this area. Augmented reality has already been used in the medical field and engineering already in terms of allowing companies to adjust with the way training is delivered and change the definition of what is hands-on. Within construction, if you provide this as a tech company, this would be incredible for your product offering over the next 3 years. Going into the implementation timeline itself and when this would take place, number one, a current state analysis. We need to look at where your current product offering sits and how you can introduce augmented reality. Again, we're not actually providing any headsets. You would be working on the modules themselves and the training modules within augmented reality. Number two, so we want to develop the reward app itself, so that would be the beta version. This would take place between Q1 and Q2 of 2023, so the current year. The deployment of the beta version will be key going forward because you need to see how this is received by your clients in the future. This will take place within Q3 and Q4 of this current year as well. The analytics component will come shortly afterwards. Once the beta version is deployed, you can use the data that's collected from that to see how analytics can be integrated. By using your current real-time data that's coming in, you'll be able to get actual insights on how the analytics portion can work. Afterwards, you would go about the full release itself, and that would take place in 2024. The R&D for the augmented reality solution would take place the next year as well, and we believe a significant amount of time is required to invest in this. As I previously mentioned, different augmented reality development engines can be used to create the training modules themselves. Unity is a prime example that's already being used for game development over VR and AR headsets. And then afterwards, we recommend connecting with compliance experts. It's important to know what type of training is required before you actually create the training modules themselves. So this is a key component within our year 2 and year 3 implementation. After that discussion is completed and you connect with the compliance experts, you go about actually creating those and continuing those conversations along the way. After that, you would actually deploy it and again, look at your KPIs to see how that's received by your clients. So that's in years 2 and 3. Now to go into the financials and how this would work with the way we price the subscription model for the augmented reality training modules and the rewards program, I'll pass on to Alex.
So here are some financials that you guys can dig. So we broke it down into a simple 3-year cost-benefit analysis. So for under the people category, this has to do with the change management required to make our solution come to life. We don't necessarily have a benefits cost for the employees that will be hired, but through building an in-house development team, you will be able to support projects now and in the future. And the cost over the 3 years of hiring about 10 developers will be $1.85 million. And for the technology, this benefit includes the revenue earned from our subscription model, which is $2,500 per customer. And we expect that this will start at the base year of estimate of 100 clients to 1,000 clients to 5,000 clients. We expect rapid growth here. So with this model, over 3 years, you will see $13.25 million in revenue. And the cost here is the cost of developing an R&D of our various products that we are adding to your product line. And so this will, in total, give you a net present value of $9.4 million and an ROI of 50%. And now looking at risks and mitigations, the first risk we identified is that perhaps construction companies and construction workers will be hesitant to adopt the technology. And so to work around this, right, the workers, they don't want to be the ones who have to go in the app, set up the training modules, set up all the setup processes, right? They just want to be able to go on the app and see the information that they need, right? They don't want to have to read into the analytics. They don't have to generate the reports on their own. This is all provided for them by the work that the software developers will be doing. So therefore, the insights will be readily available and easy for the employees to use.
The second risk we identified is potential issues with compliance upkeep. Compliance may change year to year. New factors might be introduced in the future. So to mitigate this, the current 3-year budget allocates enough money to reach out to these experts that we want to reach out to and establish the base compliance that we'll have at the beginning. But then the revenues earned from the softwares and the products that that you guys will be providing will then be able to support growth in compliance in the future and to update the current records. And the third risk we identified is that construction contractors may not be incentivized. They might not find the rewards interesting at all. So through the work that they're doing, they'll be able to earn reward points, and through, which we'll mention later, employee satisfaction surveys, they will be able to also include recommendations for rewards that they are interested in receiving. Therefore, you could modify this on the go to give them incentives that they are actually looking forward to. And now looking at KPIs, the first KPI we identified is employee satisfaction. We will be taking a base stat during the current state analysis, and from then we would like to achieve a employee satisfaction score of 95% over the 3 years of the project. The second KPI that we identified is employee turnover rate reduction, right? So currently there's high turnover rate in the industry, and through the software, your client bases, they will see a reduction in turnover rate of 90%. Again, this will be ongoing over the 3 years. And the last KPI that we identified is reduction in safety hazard events, right? So through, again, the reward program incentivizing individuals to report safety events and to practice safe construction practices, we also will have a reduction in 90% from the base value that we originally get. So, I guess in conclusion, again, the challenge: how can my construction compliance improve turnovers in the construction industry through digital innovation while staying under the $5 million budget constraint? And to do this, we identified 3 main areas, which is one, again, to stay within the budget, so reduce costs where possible, to improve safety and the productivity of contractors, as well as utilizing digital innovation. And again, to do this, we'll be using our project RAT, Rewards, Analytics, and Training, which is comprised of a rewards program, which will also include providing analytical insights for your clients, as well as the introduction of AR training modules in the future, which will then allow your company to realize a net present value of $9.4 million and an ROI of 50% by 2025. So again, you guys are industry disruptors. This is just setting the framework for you guys to disrupt it further, and with the revenues you will gain here, you will be able to continue to grow and continue to disrupt the construction industry.
The revenue, 13.5 million there, what are your assumptions going into that number?
Right, so the assumptions, we used a 10% discount rate, and again, the subscription, this is purely based off the subscription price of the software, which will include the analytics and the AR modules. So we priced this at $2,500. And again, we assume in the first year that you have a smaller client base of 100 users, and that you will rapidly grow within the first year to 1,000 clients, and even more rapidly in the next year to 5,000 clients. And so this is where we got that revenue from.
And just to be clear, $2,500 is for the whole firm that have it, for all of their employees?
Correct, yeah.
So I mean, 5,000 firms.
Correct, yeah.
Who is paying local businesses for these rewards points that the contract accumulated?
Yeah, in terms of the local businesses, we believe this is a separate component that's distinct from your functionality as a tech firm. In terms of seeing how these partnerships will take place, that's where we would come in and look at the current state analysis. So that's what we've reserved the first 2 quarters of 2023 for. We'll go into current state analysis and look at which local businesses are available and how you can partner with them. As I mentioned, Subway was a big one. That's something that a consulting firm would look at. Another example could be co-op if you wanted to provide other type of benefits to your, clients through the rewards app itself.
But again, this wouldn't be your prime functionality as a tech firm.
Could you come up with the $2,500 year subscription? I'm just wondering what your approach is.
Yeah, sure. So we noticed that similar companies in the industry had realized profits of 500K within the last couple of years, and we assumed that this product will at least account for 50% of your revenues within the first year. So we just divided that by the 100 firms. We priced it at 2,500 and kept that onwards for the years to come.
Your recommendation is effectively 3 different developments in 2 phases. Can you talk a bit about headcount and if you're going to hire the kind of split like the software developer that's going to develop augmented reality is very different.
Exactly. So right now, as you mentioned, we have 4 developers that are available to go about this product development. We've made sure that the rewards and analytics program is honestly one project in itself that would start as the phase 1. Since you already have the current technical infrastructure to create this type of app with your existing products, the rewards program can be developed within the first year and a half based on your 4 developers that are already there. Of course, to create an app itself, you don't just need developers, you also need product managers, you also need the business themselves to see how this would be realized. And so this would be encapsulated within the current state analysis again, and also just the expertise of the developers from your existing products. In terms of the augmented reality component itself, that's where the compliance experts will come in because further personnel are needed to grow in this further innovative area. We want to be disruptors in this industry, and so that's where that would grow. And of course, we can't dive into it right away. You need to grow into it slowly. And so that's why we have phase 1 and phase 2 for how your product line would develop over the next 3 years.
Can you talk to us a little bit about how you plan on marketing your product? Are you trying to market to new clients or to the existing client base, and how do you go marketing that?
All right. Yeah, so we will be marketing, again, to new clients. So we are under the assumption of 100 clients within the first year, and through the results generated from that first group, within the next year, we will be able to reach out to more of the current client base within Western Canada and see their interest. And we are also under the assumption that this will 10x from the first year to 1,000 clients in the next year. And then potential to go to 5,000 would be, as you guys mentioned, you're looking to potentially go to Southern Ontario or even Quebec, right? We would look for those clients there as well.
Your presentation for coming out today. Can you explain this time?
They were like, okay.
Sounds good.
Apparently that's a new thing. They were saying that, like, we got before, like, but they were like, absolutely can't tell anybody, you guys know anybody, you can't talk about it. Not discriminating, it's just. Very weird. Red Bull's free, dude, like, it's actually the item person, the local rat. She took me 6 and everything, that's good.
Yeah, same as you. Yeah, I need her. Oh, especially we have like a gap. It won't be. Well, honestly, I'm not sure why this is my thing, but the entire time so for this, well, this is a cap value, it's only up to like 615. That's a lot. Sunday. I know, I've been listening to the track the days lately too. It's much easier to look at the master schedule like on a
Oh, yeah.
yeah, it's much easier. Let me check. Okay.
It's gonna be at the ballroom. In the hotel.
The ballroom, really where it Oh yeah. Well, Paul also made it. Okay, yeah. It's like leaving not 5 or 4. I know it's like 4, but like
So yeah, there's two main questions. Yeah, never gonna be late probably. I hope to, yeah, I mean, I'm totally fine with it. Seems maybe like finals still being that'd be pretty cool. Yeah, honestly, I know never do. Me too. I just, yeah, I don't have that. I do have a little bit, no, like, not much. Yes, you're wonderful. Thank you. Well, especially if you want to, I just want to try to look at anything. There's the clicker, it's right to go forward, left to go back.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the JDC West 2023 Business Technology Case presentation, sponsored by Nutrien. Before starting today, the JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory, traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. With this, we pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges. From left to right, we've got Scott Cheston, Jesse Wiebe, Andrew Smith, Anna Traveres, and Johannes Lindenbaum. My name is Matthew, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following our presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper, Ryan, in the back right there, will hold up timing cues throughout the presentation and the question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask a question through raising their hand, and I, the academic presentation moderator, will call upon them to answer their question. Once the question period has concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure your cell phones are in silent and there's no talking amongst yourselves or signaling to the competitors throughout their presentation. Competitors, you are now free to begin your presentation.
$1.6 trillion. You lose every single year due to the lack of efficiency. And you've come to the right place here at Green Consulting. My name is Francine, and here are my colleagues, Tabit and Jared. So here's an overview of what our presentation is going to be looking like. In this discussion, we'll be covering some of the key topics and capturing the value of our discussion in today's meeting. So me and my colleagues have gathered here today to identify the key issue and challenges to solve this problem. Your company aims to maintain the disruptor through innovation title to separate yourself amongst other competing businesses in your industry. And some of the main challenges that you guys are facing right now is the labor shortage due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, where many employees have lost their jobs or have found newer jobs, which affects your productivity, of improvement in efficiencies as well. And another challenge that you guys are facing right now is the hesitancy to change. And what do I mean by that? The hesitancy to change in adapting newer technology. And our solution here that we are proposing to you guys offers a parallel focus where we will be training employees, integrating customers into our pre-existing system, and implementing a new project to address these challenges that we are facing today. And now I will pass it on to Tabit to talk about the situational analysis.
Thank you, Francine. At MCC, you guys are innovators. 5 years ago, when you looked at the industry, you found out there was lack of inefficiency. Hence, you developed products like SmartBrick, SmartRack, and Project Pro to improve the inefficiency in the construction industry. Also, in addition to that, you have developed the orientation package and certificate manager platforms, which have developed safety protocols across the industry. However, 5 years from now, we realize that there are more opportunities for you. First one being the labor shortage that the whole industry has been facing. And the second one is the technological hesitance to adapt new technology across the industry. So we have concluded that you have an opportunity to tap the untouched market in the industry. So while looking at the current labor shortage, we have found that the whole industry has a very low employee retention rate. So, like underlying issues, we have found that there are safety concerns like there are untrained workers across the country. Workers are also misplaced due to the pandemic, and a lot of people are retiring early. And to the core of the problem, we have also seen that there's a productivity issue that can be tackled by innovation. Like right now, you guys are using methods that was using 5 decades ago. It's like cultivating through buffaloes or bulls, right? If you compare it. So we found that MCC is in a unique position to solve the labor market issue, leveraging your reputation in the market. We have found that the adoption of technology directly correlates to less cost, and also like the whole industry, you're piled up on a massive amount of data, and you have the urgent need to address the technology adoption issue. Let's talk about what are the options that we have considered. We have considered, before diving into that, we want to talk about what are the decision criteria we have considered while evaluating the options. First one is the likelihood of adoption through the industry. Second one would be innovation. And lastly, the financial feasibility. We all know that you have a limited budget of $5 million to solve this problem across 2 different years. First one, the first alternative that we discussed is staying with your current line of products and focus on your business development. We don't want you to come up with new products. All the new products, the current product line has been working great across the last 5 years. We want you to focus on business development in Western Canada, in Eastern Canada and Central Canada, where you have been wanting to go. However, we have found that it is likely to adopt as you have a really good reputation in the market, and it is financially feasible. However, it does not innovate. Second alternative that we have considered is focusing on adding new features to your current apps. Apps like Project Pro, which can increase efficiency across the industry. We have found that your current clientele will really appreciate it and adapt to it. However, it doesn't address the issue of innovation, but it is financially feasible with your $5 million project. And lastly, we have considered focusing on driving awareness across the industry and developing a new product line to address the untapped market. We have found that this option is likely to be adopted across the industry. It's innovative and financially feasible. So, To summarize, we have decided to go with the driving awareness, started with driving awareness and develop new product line. Our proposal is consisted of three major pillars. First one is being focusing on business development. Second one, adapting new features for your current, adding new features to your current product line. And thirdly, introduce a new product line for the new untouched market. So for the business development phase, we want you to, your 4 person that you have allocated right now for this project, 2 of them should be focusing on business development. 2 of them will act as a business development officer and handle new clients. You'll be approaching new clients across Western Canada to sell your best-selling products. And also, you'll be trying to get your existing clients to use additional products. If someone is using your hardwares, they are more likely to adopt your softwares, or vice versa. And we want you to utilize that. Moving on, to the current product line you have, Project Pro, we want you to you need to create a data dashboard to track real-time progress and forecast labor market and from in this phase, you will be using the other 2 people you have on the team as the technology analysts, and they will be working with the data. They will be creating a platform where your clients will be able to analyze the data and use it to their discretion. And lastly, the new product line. First phase is built. It's a networking platform for construction professionals. It's going to connect your clients to the people across Western Canada who wants to work in the construction industry. And the next one is the Construction Force. It's a CRM platform specifically designed to meet your client's needs, which is in the construction sector. Now I'm going to pass it to my colleague Jared, who's going to talk about the implementation.
Thank you, David. So, we have developed a 5-stage implementation plan to address these issues. The first stage of our implementation plan is preparation. This stage is important to prepare your organization for change and ensure that everyone is at the same level. The first step of this is to appoint a change leader to oversee the process. This change leader should be someone who's knowledgeable in both industry and technology, so a VP of product management or someone at a similar level would be ideal for this situation. Secondly, you have 4 employees who are assigned to work on this task. We advise you allocate them as follows. 2 of the employees should work on business development, as my colleague David spoke about. What this will include is a training and onboarding process for current and future customers. This will help them integrate your products into their business and address one of the biggest problems in the industry, the problem of technology integration. With so many of the construction industry being hesitant to adopt these products, we feel that it is of the utmost importance to reach out to these companies and get your products integrated with them before you start the development of new products. Secondly, the other two employees that I spoke about should move on to the task of developing these new products. These 2 employees will work in-house on adding features to on Product Pro that my friend David spoke about, and then we shall hire a third party software developing company to work on the two larger projects we spoke about. What this will do will allow you to balance your priorities between addressing the issue of technological development and while maintaining your reputation for innovation. This phase will take 1 year and will cost in the millions of dollars. The high cost of this is the cost of our external software development companies. Moving on to phase 2, which is to trial the products. The purpose of this phase is to ensure that the products are meeting your consumers' needs before you bring them to the full market. How you should do this is to get in contact with many of your existing companies and offer them the opportunity to trial test the new products you will be offering. You can incentivize them to do so by offering things like discounts on the product when they finally release. To get the most out of this stage, you should constantly document any bugs and feedback you receive from them. This feedback can be collected through interviews and surveys. This phase will cost roughly $500,000 and last 6 months. The cost of this is mainly from the employee's salary, the change leader's time, as well as hosting and networking costs as needed. Third phase is to begin the integration. So in summary, the integration will be reaching out to current and future customers, and helping them integrate your software with their platform. This is important to address the issue of the construction industry's hesitancy to adopt the newest technology trends. In order for this phase to be successful, the 2 employees that you designate to work on business development shall now start reaching out to new companies and offering their services. These services can be offered at a discount, even at a loss to the company, by allocating some of the $5 million budget spoken about earlier in order to further grow your market share. What this will do is help integrate your older products with these new companies to help address the issue of the hesitancy to change and set them up well to adopt your new products in the future. This phase will take approximately 9 months and cost $750,000, and will involve heavy outreach from the change leader by attending events and attempting to contact new customers. Our fourth phase, which is the full product rollout. In this phase, you'll take the products that you've collected feedback on and fully roll them out to the new market. To ensure that this is a successful rollout, you can utilize what we did in phase 3, by contacting the new clients that were on board by the 2 previous employees. What this is going to do is have them already familiar with your company and the benefits your products offer, which will make them more receptive to these new products. Likewise to a fourth, this phase will also cost $500,000 and take approximately six months to complete. Now on to our fifth phase, which is maintenance. In the maintenance phase, what your company will do is to continually invest in R&D and monitor the situation for any changes. This will involve continually collecting feedback and documenting any bugs or problems with your software that should continue to be addressed. In order to ensure that you're being successful, things you can measure are things like customer satisfaction on the surveys you send out. This phase will cost roughly $200,000 and will be ongoing. So this project is estimated to be a 3-year project costing roughly $5 million. A full summary of the timeline can be seen on screen. In terms of the cost, we've allocated most of the $5 million budget. The primary cost drivers in this situation are the hiring of external software development companies to create the 2 products my colleague Tabit spoke about, as well as the employee salaries and change use time. We've also allocated an additional few $100,000 just in case you'll need to hire more external developers who help developing the in-house products. So, what are some risks you may face in this situation? One possible risk you face is that the workload of adding new features is too much for your current employees. This is something we've accounted for, and in the budget allocated a few hundred thousand dollars for the potential to hire some software developers to come in and work with your team on improving these products. A second risk you may face is that the companies will be hesitant to adopt a new technology because of the industry's unwillingness to change. This can be addressed by first reaching out to these companies with your older products and offering your discounted onboarding services. You can showcase the productivity improvements and all the additional benefits that these products can bring. What this is going to do is get the companies comfortable with your product line and will be more comfortable taking on your newer and more expensive products in the future. So, to summarize what we talked about in this presentation, the key issue facing your company is its desire to innovate and address the current problems facing the market. These problems range from things like a refusal to innovate, labor shortages, and falling productivity. We believe that our parallel solution of in-house combined development and of combined business development and developing new product lines will address these issues by keeping you innovative while solving the crisis facing the construction industry. Through this solution, we believe you can capture a portion of that $1.6 trillion in value that is being lost every year. Thank you for your time, and we welcome any questions you may have.
Why am I outsourcing the development of software?
I'll take that question. So from our perspective, you're a small company. Some of the projects we're proposing will be large scale. The customer management software and development of a job posting board for construction workers are large tasks. Given that the small team size that we have to work with of 4 people, 2 of which were being allocated for business development activities, we believe that this would be too large a task to take on in this short time. We understand that working with external companies is difficult, but by having the change leader work closely with these companies and oversee the development to ensure that meets your high standards, we believe that this solution is effective.
During your phase 4 in the implementation, your main KPI is having 50 bugs found. What are some of the risks that you foresee in finding bugs as a KPI?
Thank you for your question. So, but we understand that there are some drawbacks to this. There are possible concerns that people will try to document bugs that may not exist in order to meet this KPI. However, we feel that this is necessary. The software is really effective on the first iteration, and given that our small company size, we lack a dedicated QA tester team, that we believe that we need some other method to incentivize our testers to identify issues with our software.
Well, there was a slide where there was an arrow pointing down on cost and technology going up, and I'm a little confused by that, so can you explain that slide a little bit?
Of course. All right. So I can take that. Thank you for the question. That's a great question. So what we try to implement that if you adapt to technology, the cost of your operation will go down. Because the relationship is mutually exclusive. For example, if you adapt to new technologies in terms of construction, you will need less labor, which will help you reduce your labor cost. Likely yes, because for example, in the previous times when you used to dig holes using human people, we needed 50 or 60 people to create a foundation of a building. But nowadays you can do it by one single operator of a crane who can just dig a hole and get it done. So that adoption of technology definitely does like less reduces your cost, even if one person is necessary to do it.
When you mentioned FCC University, I was thinking of mentioning the presentation.
Of course. Before I pass off to my colleague to speak more about the implementation of it, the main idea of this is to develop training to help with the recertification in the industry. Given safety is a primary concern of the industry, we believe that this is an issue that must be addressed. My colleague Tabit will speak more about the implementation.
Yeah, thanks, Jared. That's a great question. So what we have discussed is, like right now you have your orientation platform, your training platforms. We would like to combine them to your MCC University, and we will be selling it to your other contractors, like subcontractors, independent contractors, to make sure they are well educated as well as well trained to do their job. We were planning on forming partnership with the authority board, who looks over the certification processes, and from there, yeah, we would be monitoring them on behalf of them.
That concludes the question and answer period of the presentation today. Thank you, judges, thank you, audience, and thank you, delegates. Good night.
Sure.
What is the red GA?
Our office uses it.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Our office has actually.
Where's that in the city? Is it downtown? Oh, it's still down there. Right, so that's all the way down there.
That's part of the.
Oh, that's why you're over there. Cool.
We work with the company.
So here's a guy, he has all bomber swag.
You know, not we're at home, right? What's wrong? Oh, there you go. Get some looks. Josh, you can do it. Like, you can have that. And then what's the tech? Right,
Like
it's nine, and then there's, Neo Financial Institution. Yeah. Well, yeah, I can connect you with Gloria. She's our local lead over there. Yeah. Yeah, I'm in operations. She actually used to work. She was, helps out there. Yeah, I went up there back in the day.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the JDC West 2023 Business Technology presentation, sponsored by Nutrien. Before starting today, the JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges. From left to right, we've got Scott Cheston, Jesse Weeb, Andrew Smith, Anna Treves, and Johannes Lindenbaum. My name is Matthew, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper, Ryan, in the back right there, will hold up timing cues throughout the presentation and the question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask a question through raising their hand, and I, the presentation moderator, will call on them to answer the question. Once the question period has concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned to silent and there's no talking amongst yourselves or signaling to the competitors. Competitors, you are now free to begin your presentation.
Hello and good afternoon. Thank you all for coming. Before we start our presentation today, I would like to take this moment to have a land acknowledgement that we are currently on Treaty 6 territory, the home of the Indigenous people. An investment in knowledge pays the best interest. I want this to be something we think about through today's presentation, as it has a lot of viable and very impactful impactful statements on why we decided to go the way that we did. So today, will take you through our presentation, and we have came up with our primary problem for you of how can MCC innovate to remain dominant in the industry. Excuse me, sorry. We have a couple secondary problems that incorporate into our primary problem today, and those we identified as some labor shortages in the construction industry, stagnant productivity levels, as well as safety issues throughout the industry as a whole. We will go through our recommendation, which is to enhance MCC through the use of big data and implementing their technology that they currently have and enhancing it to their great benefit. Our overall goal would be to allow MCC to stay as the industry disturbers. I would now like to invite Noah to talk about our current and future state.
Thank you, Cole. So, the current state of our company, how our processes are currently working together. You have your smart block technology, which is currently passing on an infrastructure that currently works like a LinkedIn sort of job site resource. This hasn't been fully fleshed out, but this is the basis to most of your software and hardware technologies. Your second software or hardware technology that you offer, your smart badge, currently accesses all of the data through your smart technologies, and this data is currently being used between that as well as your Projects Pro software. Currently, the data that they are using does not interact with each other, and we'd like to, we see this as a small issue that can be worked upon and something that we can use big data to solve in the future. For a future state, we'd like to see big data being used to implement and sustain these connections between your smart softwares, as well as adding connections between some of your other softwares so that they better connect with each other to increase the landscape for a potential LinkedIn style software that we could be using forward. As Cole said, we have three problems today: productivity, safety, and a labor shortage. And we're going to solve these through three strategies today, which is smart thinking, VR training, as well as a smart block. For our analysis today, we've picked out 4 points that we thought were really important to talk about today. First, construction employs 7% of the entire world currently. We know that there's a labor shortage, as we pointed out, but we know that people want to work in this industry, and it's a huge part of how we create infrastructure in our day-to-day society. We want to make sure that moving forward with whatever solution we choose, that we're prioritizing the safety of civilians, and that we're implementing a way to better augment and to create sustainable, faster ways to get construction out to people. Next, $10 trillion is spent on constructions and goods and services, which even more pushes the need that people are willing to spend money in this industry. We want to make sure that as we recommend a solution today, that you have it in the back of your minds that people are willing to spend money on the software that we're providing to people, and as we improve that software and offer different products, people will be more and more willing to buy that software, as we are currently the only one in the industry providing the solution to people. Next, labor shortages and people retiring early. Currently, COVID-19 and early retirement have put a big strain on the labor market, so we want to make sure that we are making the job site dream that you've been looking to realize come to a fruition in a way that is meaningful, and we can take the current labor market that we have and optimize how they are utilized so that people who need these labored individuals can get access to them. And lastly, there's low implementation of technology in the construction market currently. This is because it's been hard to access these technologies, and there hasn't been many companies such as yourself that offer these types of technologies. So we want to make sure that you stay ahead of the curve and really staple your way to the top using some solutions that we have for you today. I'd like to invite Ben, who'll go over our decision criteria for our recommendation today.
Awesome. Thank you, Noah. So employee-focused has been a very big concern for the technology improvements within the construction industry. And having employees that want to work, that feel safe while they're working and know what they're doing is going to help us display our 3 strategies to help you improve the employee satisfaction, efficiency, the labor shortage, and the scalability of the labor shortage. So the efficiency is going to be improvised through our strategy number 2, which was the VR training. It's going to go through lots of our safety features that would be implemented and really reduce that, reduce the job, the worksite injuries through our KPIs that we have presented. And the scalability is a must-have on all levels in terms of the labor shortage, the efficiency, and pretty much every other component that we have laid out for you today. So going into our recommendations here, we have our smart thinking, the VR training, and our smart block. I'm going to now pass it off to Noah to go over our smart thinking on our implementation of the plan.
Thank you, Ben. So our smart thinking, what our smart thinking plan of attack is that big data, as I mentioned earlier, in the current future state. Currently, we have some smart technologies, such as your smart badge and your smart brick, which you are currently using to sell all your services, which is connecting that job-like service, as well as having your employees easily have their certification stand with that badge. So what we'd like to do, we'd like to connect your Projects Pro, which takes both of these and offers the companies that you're selling them to that data. We'd like to get that data onto your hands so that you can personally optimize that data. We'd like that data to be all in one source. Next, we'd like to have your employees create an algorithm to optimize this data. We'd like them to optimize it for time, cost, and other potential specifications you would feel that you need to optimize for a company. This could also be personalized by a company who would be purchasing the service, as we'd like to introduce smart thinking as a fourth, as an addition to the Projects Pro, an additional service that they can pay to have these services streamlined and optimized for them as construction companies continue to use your software. So getting into the implementation for smart thinking, what we first need to do to start getting this ahead is to hire data architects to go into your software and your structure to make sure that all of the data will be able to get into your main cloud database that you're currently operating. We want to do this as fast as we can, and we've budgeted $400,000 a year to keep these data architects on service, as they will be working on other of our more of our strategies that we are providing for you today. Next, what we'd like to do is connect that Project Pros to that your MCC database within the first 2 months. We believe that this is very doable, considering we will be hiring 1 or 2 data architects, and we want to make sure that we get this up and running as soon as possible so we can get forward with creating the algorithm. Next, what we'd like to do is create that algorithm, which will learn from the data we've already acquired. We'd like this to be a continuous process that happens regularly, and for this, we've scheduled 8 months to get this algorithm created with your 4 current employees you have hired. For this, we've budgeted $200,000 for extra expenses, overtime, or other additional services that may be required from your employees, as well as training for some of them who may not have the qualifications to start getting into that process as we get into it. Lastly, we'd like to introduce smart thinking. For this, we'd like to market and get the word out that we are offering this algorithm that will optimize and provide companies with a way to better utilize their time, their costs, and figure out what's really going on in their operations that are causing difficulties for them. As it was outlined, cost and time are some of the biggest factors that cause loss in the construction industry. So we want to make sure that construction companies are aware that we offer this service and that we'll be able to provide them benefit for an area that they're currently lacking. Now I'd like to invite Cole, who's going to go into our second implementation step for you today.
Thank you. So for our second implementation, we would like to introduce VR, and we would like to do that to the current training modules that you already possess. So adding the VR capabilities to the NCC orientation model, and this would just give construction workers and companies a better idea of a better understanding of training and a safer way to train. So the construction industry is very large with a wide range of opportunities. This includes your general laborers to plumbers to electricians to all sorts of different type of people that work in that type of industry, which is a massive market. And that's a great opportunity for something like this that's just simply not there at the time. So this gives the opportunity to monetize many subcategories within the construction industry. Now, how it works is we'll have two different types of training packages. You'll have a general training package, which will contain general material for, say, a plumber or an electrician or a skilled laborer, or somebody that does scaffolding. So that way they have a package that the company can purchase and that they can share with their employees to make sure that they're training efficiently and in a real-time manner without actually physically having to be there. Secondly, companies can request specific training modules. So we understand that some companies operate in a niche way, and we want to be able to still provide services for them. So offering the opportunity to have companies be able to request specific trainings from you would be hugely beneficial. How we're going to implement this is, first off, we're going to hire software developers to create and implement the VR capabilities into the system. We have budgeted 6 to 8 months for this, and sorry, that cost is incorrect. That's supposed to be $500,000, but that's what we have budgeted for that. Secondly, we would like to pilot the project. So just to start doing some testing, we're looking at 1 to 3 months with we budgeted $20,000 for that as well. Moving into the beta test program, so this is where we would start to pick and choose maybe some people that we're close with in the industry to let them try it out, tell them how, give us some feedback on what they think the program is like. We budgeted 1 to 2 months for this and another $20,000. Again, these numbers are budgeted. Doesn't necessarily mean we're spending the money. It's just there in case we need to do any upgrades or changes to the current software that we have. And lastly, we would like to soft launch the VR project. We budgeted 1 to 3 months for that and $25,000. That's when we take it away from the beta and we open it up to the general market. We would cap on how many people we would actually sell it to, so that way we don't have an overabundance amount of people trying to use it at the beginning and either bogging down what we were trying to do or having multiple people experiencing the same issues. We understand when you implement new technology that there needs to be a lot of safety precautions and testing before you launch it to the general public. So that's what we have outlined in this plan here for you today. I would now like to move into our third implementation, which would be our smart block. So our smart block is essentially linked in the key piece that you wanted to incorporate at some point in the future. And we think that this would be the right time to look at doing this after our first 2 implementations. So this creates a platform for employers to find qualified employees. So what this does is it reduces, it helps contractors and other individuals stay employed. So that helps with the labor shortage, as well as it increases employee productivity and reduces hiring and training costs. The reason why it increases productivity is because you're hiring laborers that are already trained and proficient in the job that you're hiring them to do, which is hugely beneficial. That saves training costs, as you don't need to pay for training to have them trained, as that's already done. So what this looks as our implementation goes is, first we would like to create our infrastructure for Smart Block. So we budgeted 1 to 3 months for that and $25,000. Next, we would have the same data architect that we had before, migrate the data over, and we did that for simplicity, that he already understands what we're working with. So we figured to keep him on to help us with our full plan and our full solution. So we're looking at 1 to 3 months there, and as we see, we've already budgeted their salary. Lastly, we would like to test and monitor. So again, going back to making sure that we are fully testing our product and making sure that it's fully functional before we launch it. And we're looking 1 to 3 months there and $10,000 in budget. And lastly, we'd like to launch and advertise Smart Block, which we have budgeted 1 to 6 months and $75,000. That's mainly as a marketing component to gain awareness to this product, as this is very unique. We understand that a lot of different construction people may not see this stuff right away, so we need to find ways, whether it's radio advertisements, as a lot of them use radios on the construction site, to start gaining traction, so people are aware of this. And I think that will, that'll be the last part of that implementation. I would now like to invite Noah to talk about the financials.
Thank you, Cole. So as you can see on the right here, we've budgeted for 3 years for an ROI. So we believe in the first year, looking at our smart thinking that will launch in the first year, we're expecting that we can sell to about 100 construction companies who will get this smart thinking tool. So for that, we budgeted $300,000. Obviously, as time goes on into the next year, we're expecting a little bit of growth. And as we implement our other implementations, we're expecting that revenue number to go up with it. So as we get into our 3rd year and that VR goes live, that number starts to get a little bit higher, and we're expecting that VR to be the main sell, which will sell to a lot of companies, as injuries are one of the biggest hazards on the work site for construction, and it's the biggest hindrance for employees to start working in this market. So we think as this implements, it will become huge in the market and will be a big sell for potential employees to start working in this market. So as we look at the ROI numbers at the bottom, we're expecting a 1.53 ROI at the end of the 3rd year, and a total ROI of a 1.9 for the 3 years. We've used these pricing for the 3 models based on what we think the value is as a starting product. We believe that you can change this price due to the demand of the product and can adjust accordingly. Now I'd like to invite Ben, who's going to go over our timeline for you today.
So now, thanks to Noah, he went over all of the financials, made it easier for my job to go over the timeline. So we have connect the data, which is going to take us about 2 months, and that's going to be the transferring with the data architects and that $500,000 budgeted for them. We have the introducing the smart thinking, which is going to be the 10-month period within the 1st year. Then we have the hiring of the software developers. That's going to be year 1. It's going to be 6 months into year 1. And then soft launch of VR product, it's going to be in the 1 year, 9 months-ish area. And then we have the launch of the smart block at year 3, which is going to be at the start of year 3 to get the main attraction and hit your goal of your 3-year timeline and your $5 million budget. So our key performance indicators for you today are going to be reducing workplace injuries by 60% with the VR. We believe this is very effective, and we believe it will work due to Ford Motor Company reducing their workplace injuries by 70% by implementing virtual reality. Workplace efficiency is going to be up by 20%. We expect this to go up year over year as more companies and more brand awareness will get out there. Increasing your workplace hire efficiency by 30% will get you up to that main goal. Some of our risks, we have issues with the data management. We're going to hire a lawyer to outsource that, to cover our terms and services and the data usage policies. And then VR technical issues, we're going to have a pilot program to really ease up on that tension. Overall, we want to have you at that overall goal to allow MCC to stay in that industry-leading position and enhance MCC.
A lot of the products you're implementing will have a lot of computing needs with them to operate. Have you considered what the infrastructure costs of that maybe, or what you're going to run that out of?
So lots of the infrastructure costs, like the VR costs, I'm assuming that's your big concern. That's going to be done from the employers that are going to be wanting your product from you to implement it into your VR, into their VR headsets, so then they can train with your programs that are certified.
Why not deploy the whole budget? Why only deploy, how can I make this project go faster with the additional pieces?
The budget we expected was assuming you wanted to be lenient with the cost. If you wanted to use more money to increase the speed and efficiency and increase this 3-year plan to potentially a 2-year plan or a 1-year plan, you could definitely utilize the rest of the 2.8 million that would be left over to increase the timeliness.
Sorry, if I may add, I also wanted to make sure that we took the time to make sure that the product was perfect. We didn't want to launch something that half worked. A lot of people rush technology and it just doesn't work fully and optimized. And when you're talking about people's safety and their needs, we wanted to make sure that it was fully capable of doing everything we wanted to do. So that's why we made sure that we put a lot of time into it.
May I add on to this question? Especially because you're not like a small tech startup, you have a developed brand and you can afford those 3 years to implement that new strategy as well.
In your financial plan, you had no costs associated with the sale. How do you think the sales and marketing strategy will evolve and change?
For that, we budgeted another cost, which we weren't aware, or we weren't sure there's always some extra costs. So for that, we budgeted other, which the marketing costs would go under.
How would you think the marketing and sales will evolve with these 3?
That's a great question. The marketing and sales would evolve based upon the reaction in the market. Currently, we think that most of your consumers would be utilizing these products as they're all asks that they've been asking for. So we don't think we'd have to do too much on marketing. But as mentioned earlier, radio advertisements and stuff aren't that expensive, so we'd be frequently using radio ads as the main marketing tool.
So in implementation 2, you had 25K for soft launch. All would be deployment dollars.
We had that budgeted just in case something were to go awry and just like for if we needed to have our technicians come in early or pay any overtime, just an allotment of money that we had set aside in case something were to happen. It was more of like a prevention than actually a set cost. Everything that we had on the board on the budget side wasn't money that we were necessarily spending. It was just put aside just in case something were to happen that we had that money available.
With the KPIs, how do you measure efficiency?
The way we were looking at measuring efficiency was due to the productivity, as mentioned before, through these the smart block where you were going to be able to hire employees who are already trained. We believed you would be able to measure it due to the time allotment of work projects, that you'd be able to measure the efficiency due to how fast the turnover time for products would increase using our
Time saved.
Yeah, time saved.
With Smart Block, with Smart Block, you have $25,000 to create the infrastructure. If I understood it right, it's like a LinkedIn-ish platform. Do you think $25,000 would be enough to develop a platform that is like LinkedIn and that can compete with them?
The way that we're currently looking at the smart block, we currently already have the infrastructure made. We have the technologies made through our softwares and hardwares. We just haven't connected them. And so the way we looked at the budget is that we'd be using that $25,000 to either have our employees work on creating that site and connecting the data, or to outsource to have someone else create the website, and then using the data we already have to add to that resource.
All right, that concludes the question and answer period. Thank you for your time. Judges,